some die and die. All right, I best turn on some music. Okay, guys. Boy, last session. What a ride. All right, so you guys had successfully picked the person to be married, to marry to Rhodos, and you brought her back to the nymph's home. Um, let's see. Um, oh, I didn't do my. Oh well, it's fine. Oh, I guess I kind of did. But yeah, you brought the nymph back to Rhodos's spring, and the two sort of met each other, and there was a big celebration. There's to be a wedding tomorrow. Jeice had some sort of like last sort of, if only it could have been with Rhodos, and then was sort of called into the forests by Aphrodite herself, who spoke of her mortal love, Adonis, and about how love, you make time for love even when circumstances don't match. True love is found when time is made, and that's how you mark true love. And so in that sort of way, the goddess of love would have condoned Jeice to chase Rhodos, and waited till the wedding ceremony. As the wedding ceremony commenced, Tam Lin was officiated, her being the only person present capable of the ceremony spell. And then when it was, does anyone object to this wedding? Jeice was like, I do. Rhodos had objections and was like, but like, despite how I might feel for you, I've got to protect the nymphs and all of this stuff. But it seemed that the Jeice's true love for Rhodos and Rhodos's true love for Jeice managed to sort of override the ceremony that it might be between the two of them instead of the heartbroken dryad. With that, the party was attacked by strange alien fiends, by aberrations, by an old enemy, by Evelyn Moongrave, the last of the Hourglass Covenant's sister, equal of the Witch Queen. A terrible battle was fought. Rhodos managed to survive. Jeice managed to survive, and the final portion of the ceremony was conducted. Tam Lin was like, do you guys love each other? And they're like, yeah. They're like, okay, kiss, bitch. And they kissed, and with that, the cleansing ceremony pushed off and out. The aberrations were cast out. The fiends were cast out. Evelyn Moongrave was destroyed or killed. And the two were married, and with that, the harmony of spring, the ring of spring's cleansing was revealed to the party, and Jeice got hitched. And it was a lovely ceremony that was very fey, very fey. There was objections and horrible battle and true love and chaos, and what more could one ask for at a wedding between two fey beings? So that is where we pick up today. I haven't been able to be certain where exactly we should pick up. Like in the immediate aftermath, where like the party's sort of walking away, or maybe a couple hours later, or maybe a couple days later. I don't know. What do you guys think? When do you think would be an appropriate time to pick up?
By all means, the rest of you should decide.
I mean, this kind of affects you the most.
Yeah, I wasn't here last session, so I'm gonna let you tell me where to start.
Vivienne would say that it's a slap in the face of love to take a husband from his wife so close within the blessing of their wedding.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe that's a small discussion between Jeice and Rhodos to start. So maybe you guys have all wandered away back to the nymph spring to celebrate this wedding, where all the nymphs are like, yay! They're all happy again. They're all like wanting to celebrate and drink it up and have a good time. And we can come to that. But in the stars, in the aftermath, in this destroyed gazebo thing, the wife and husband anew lay sort of under the stars as they did the previous night in marital bliss, and kind of like look at the stars. And as you did last night, where there was sort of this overlying sadness, now there is this like deep bliss. It's very, I don't know. It's
Watery.
like,
It's so watery.
what
Very wet.
moving on. You scoundrels. So yeah, you're kind of like looking up at the stars. Maybe you've traveled a little bit over the course of the day. Maybe you're like in the field now, over here somewhere. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe you've traveled all the way up here in the course of your
Right.
lovemaking.
Bang, shit.
All the way up to the top of the hill.
You teleport 10 feet every time you shoot, right?
Take inspiration, Brok. That was clever.
10 feet before I shoot.
Right.
Jesus Christ. But you know what? I think it's very important that we do a couple rolls before we do anything else. Ouroboros or Jeice Silverlong. Oops. Jeice, I want you to set your DC by rolling me a con save. Set your DC that Rhodos has to beat.
Set my DC.
Roll me a con save.
If only it were that easy. All right.
Do you want to roll low?
Do what?
Yeah.
You want to roll low?
Everyone always wants to roll low, but sometimes you're just coming in with a little extra energy sometimes. Who knows?
Nah, you got to be hard to please. What am I rolling again?
Con save.
Con save. Oh yeah, the most important one.
Your endurance, your stamina.
19.
19, very good. Lucky for you. Rhodos was very excited for the event with a 7. All right, roll me an athletics, acrobatics, or performance check. It is your choice. Your DC is 7. What was your DC?
19.
19.
Yeah.
19. Understood.
You said athletics, acrobatics, or performance?
That's right.
Okay. That'll be 20 acrobatics.
You rolled a 20 on your con save?
No, acrobatics.
No,
19 on the con save.
19 on the con save. Okay, she doesn't meet your con save.
Yeah.
But you well meet hers.
We did it, boys.
It's not like bad or anything like that. But maybe it was, I don't know, maybe the focus was on her a little bit. But she is very pleased by the whole experience. Your wife is happy about her decision. There's much to be explored with her as well. And now you sit at the top of the hill, and she's like, wow. She's not sweating, it's fine. But yeah, she's definitely like all curled up next to you, and she's like, wow, this is an unexpected day.
I apologize if that was too much.
Oh no, don't apologize for anything. I am probably the one who should be apologizing. I was a little excited.
Oh, please do not for a second even believe that you were not anything but perfect.
She she sort of like smiles at you and kind of like if she could blush. She could blush. She's an Oread, but you know, there's a little blush in her cheek, and she kisses you, and you have like, she like cuddles up to you, and you're both tired. You're both in that like I need food and water kind of state. And you're just kind of like looking at the stars, and she says, "So, not to kill the mood or anything, but you're what happens now?"
Well, I suppose we enjoy these moments we have here. In the future, though,
What do you have planned for us, husband?
well, for one, I plan to make you the happiest woman in all of the plains. I plan to, if I could, and if you would be so inclined, to take you to many places. And although my journeys are not quite complete, and I may have to go away for just the shortest amount of time, I want you to know that I will always come right back here, and I will be with you again. And our love will not falter. Our love will not wane. It will be just as we left it.
Where is it that you go where I cannot follow?
Well, we have to go back to the Palace of Heart's Desire. We have to inform Sibylna, my matron, of the deeds that were done here. I suppose we will be needing to locate the uninvited guest that crashed your wedding than my wedding. And I would hate to put you into harm's way, my dear.
The Palace of Heart's Desire in the Feywild.
Indeed.
They say it touches the sky.
That
It has
it does.
alabaster walls and purple shingled roofs and extraordinary towers and gardens.
Indeed. There might be a few ponds around.
Well, if this is where, in all of your traveling, you call home, wouldn't it make sense for me to make your hearth there?
You would come with me there.
Of course. We're married, aren't we? I'm your wife.
It pleases me so to hear you say this, but what about your nymphs?
I'm sure I'll be able to visit, having a husband of such exceptional plain traveling skill and influence and such, and now that the forest is cleansed, they will be safe, they'll be okay, and I can visit. But I have lived here for a very long time, And I would have interest in seeing the planes, the different worlds. And if you have dangerous things and adventures to do where I can't follow, I at least want to be where you will be in between.
I love you. And then he'll go in for a kiss.
Oh yeah, she'll kiss you. And yeah, you two can just sleep or do other things for the rest of the night. But Rhodos does seem committed to be following you.
Shut the fuck up.
So many sex jokes. Sex. So inappropriate.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so Rhodos seems committed. And in the meantime, do you intend, she'll like ask, throw it in there at some point, be like, do we intend to leave for the Feywild immediately, or is there time? Perhaps that's something you wish to talk with your group about.
I will talk with my group about it, but I will suggest a few days so you can get your things in order. I'm not sure if you carry any.
I don't know if you noticed, but I'm generally naked. I don't have like a lot of possessions.
You don't say, my dear.
Yeah, we don't believe in clothing.
I'm sure it's a very freeing aspect of life.
It is. I hear pants are awful.
They're quite restricting.
I couldn't imagine just not being able to feel the breeze and be free, and to be like so thickly wrapped and restrained all the time. It sounds horrible.
Well,
I mean, what for? I mean, from what I hear, nobody likes clothing, but everybody wears it. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, apparently, on some planes, not this one per se, if you were not to wear clothing, then you could be prosecuted or lashed or what have you.
Wow.
Mm.
Mortals are so hung up about body image. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on.
Well, sweetie, not everyone can look as dashing as you do all the time.
Dashing? I called dashing before. Their hair. She goes, I do have to say there is something to be said for watching someone take off clothing, though.
I suppose.
Hmm.
At least with you, there isn't any delay.
No, and I don't think there will be ever.
Let's go again. Yes.
Yeah. And you two, you have a lovely wedding night, but she seems generally interested in like honeymooning wherever you want to honeymoon. She's like, I just don't want to go back to that fucking pond. I mean, like, I've been there for years. I want to like see something new for the honeymoon. She's like, we could go to Mount Olympus for our honeymoon if we wanted. And like, she's just, she's free. She's pretty, good with whatever. So pleasantries are had. You have apparently, because that all happened in the morning. You guys like woke up, went to the pond, had the fight, had the wedding, and then apparently just fucked for like 14 something hours, something like that.
Different philosophies, talked about stuff.
Sure,
but mostly
water break.
Mostly,
yeah.
Well, the whole thing was a water break. a Virgo, yeah.
But anyway, after the next morning, you guys wake up, maybe not walking perfectly. You guys can return to the group. But let's go to the group and see if the group's up to anything. Do you guys wish to return to the nymph pool?
Is that where the party is?
That's probably where the party is. Look at them all passed out. You're like, yay, party!
Yeah, I'm
2
probably
days
there.
in a row, woohoo! Yeah, you head over there. Let's see if we can't get more of that tavern music. Oh yeah, the ceremony is held over here. Apparently the bride and groom don't attend. Busy. And yeah, you guys end up over there. These beautiful nymphs are all like dancing around with each other and like playing music and drinking and generally having a great time. What about all of you? Are you guys drinking and dancing and generally having a good time?
Oh
What are
yeah,
you guys up
Yeah.
to?
Absolutely.
definitely partying after the last couple realms
Is
we
it still,
visited.
like-
This place has been a breath of fresh air.
Midday,
Yeah.
bright light, like, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Trixie might do like Giant Eagle and just explore around while it's still light, and then she'll come back.
Yeah, fair enough. You just kind of, it's the only bird I got, but yeah, you become a big old bird. You take off and you go see the sights. And Aboria is a beautiful, beautiful plain with lots of large hills and small mountains, huge forest-scapes, strange creatures and beasts, chimera, beautiful lions. It's a very heroic plain. Lots of heroic feats to be achieved. And yeah, you can go explore. What about anybody else doing stuff during the daytime? Brock, you definitely have like so many nymphs near you, just like so many. For whatever reason, they just like think you're the cat's meow. And
I'm
they're-
actually the bear's roar.
the bears roar.
You want to hear me play my horn again?
They're like, yeah, woohoo, let's hear you play your horn. And they're like, oh, that's great. Yay. And they're like-
Yeah.
yeah, they're definitely like, anything you do is awesome. They're just like, they think you're great. They're like, oh my god, you're so talented, incredible. And
Shut up,
just
baby,
hanging
I know
off
it.
of you. and they're like, ha 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 ha. What about Vivienne or Tam Lin?
Go ahead, Viv. All right.
I think. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, really. If you got it, go. because
Vivienne,
that's
I
anything
choose
for
you.
Eric.
You go first.
Vivian's going to ponder around the woods, not really looking to get into anything, just to looking to get away,
Sure.
sort of process how she feels about what's happened over the last 2 days.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, you go ahead and you process. Maybe for once being on the other end of the stick, maybe having a couple strange sort of nightmares haunting you. It's usually your job to impose such things, but after the Dream Eaters, your own perhaps insecurities maybe have been founded there, and yeah, the events of the wedding and the nymphs and your new companions, you take time to consider it all.
And I feel like just the effects of Arborea as she considers the audacity of someone coming for her in her domain. I mean, that requires a response.
All right.
So I think
Fair
this
enough.
is where she starts to plot. All right. Someone needs to learn a lesson.
All right. A little Greek fury. Your family always has been hot-blooded. And yeah, this is an insult that requires an answer. Fair enough. What about you, Tam Lin?
Oh yeah, no, Timlin certainly never one to not appreciate the female form. Is certainly going to enjoy like watching nymphs prance about. But at the same time, yeah, I mean he's a little there are only so many hours during which that is entertaining, and at a certain point he's like, what am I doing? Like, how does this apply to what I was trying to do? And you know, internally he's like, I can't wait to get back and talk to Sabina and be like, why am I with this group?
Crazy motherfuckers.
Yeah, you're people are fucking crazy. You watch they do prance around and splash each other, and the nymphs they're very playful in every aspect of the word. And then you have you start to consider your oath. You're a very high level paladin and have dedicated yourself for a very long time to your word, your vow.
Right, and there's very little vengeance to be had here, right? There's a lot of mischief and debauchery and enjoyment, but not so much vengeance.
That's true. That's very true. You do recall you gave your word to fight for Zabelna, but indeed, you seek alignment with your oath. You seek vengeance. You seek your sworn enemies. Fair enough. And as the night grows late, the partying may continue. Perhaps Vivienne and Trixie circle back, as Trixie said. Yeah, and then the night can go on. If there's anything else anyone wants to do as the night continues.
I have a question.
You can go to the next day. Yep.
So when nymphs drink, does their water turn cloudy or dirty?
No. So to be clear about nymphs is they generally look like female women, generally speaking. They're not elementals, to be clear. But they're not water. They are solid.
Okay.
You know, they're fey creatures. So they are solid. You could distinguish them because the dryads, their skin is more brown indeed. Some of them are actually consist of bark. Or not bark, but their forms are a little more wooden here and there. Oceanids, there is they do have a tone to their skin that is a little bit more towards water, greens and blues. But they are for all intents and purposes, if you were to physically interact with one, it would be like a normal woman.
Okay.
So no, their skin does. So to answer your question, yes, their skin changes color. No, I'm kidding. No, they just drink and inebriate and have a good time, and no, there's no transition of their form. They're not elementals by any means.
Got it.
Yep.
Okey-doke.
All right. So, as there's seemingly not much else to do this evening, you guys drink and party, and two of you use it vengeance. And the night goes on, and the next day rises, where eventually maybe all of you adventurers are sort of awoken to the sound of yeah, woohoo, yeah, welcome back, and you guys are oh fuck, as you wake up. Angus is "Rrrr," the nymphs are all ha 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 ha, and you guys see the bride and groom sort of appear through the woods. Maybe looking slightly more pale. Just not as nourished as one should be for the exertions. And they return.
Oh fuck! I don't think I wrote down my stuff. Immune to all disease.
It's an item.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
you're.
benefits.
Uh-oh. Well,
Shit.
Got to play the tape back.
I have it in my book here somewhere, but I'll have to.
We could do it at a later
time.
time.
I got it. I can find it. But do write it down.
I am.
Here, give me a second, and I can have that to you pretty quick.
I also never wrote down mine, so.
No, is yours in your item?
I don't know. I don't see the one where if I touch something, it does a I know the one that I remember. It's
I
not
don't
on
think
there,
you can pick
but
your like the benefits in the item.
No, you can't. No, you have to keep track of those separately. Oh no. Okay.
I can watch back the tape. I don't think it'll come to play in this.
I could get yours, but I'll have to search pretty hard for yours, Trixie.
yeah, I think
But
I seem to remember you're like, don't worry about writing it down. I'll put it on there later. And I was like, okay.
oh, I did.
Because
Okay.
usually
Yeah.
I write everything down, but I was like, okay, I won't, because I would have
Yeah.
normally, but
No problem.
I'll
Okay.
just go off what's on there now.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna. I don't know how best to do this is. Yeah, I think I said I'd put them on there. So I'm just gonna start sending them to you in Facebook so that like I can reference them, and I'll do the same for you, Jeice.
Okay, doke.
That was that one, and then 24 on your major. You have basically regeneration,
Oh yeah.
and then spells hurt you. You're not good at magic anymore. That's okay, you're like a spell. Cool. Okay. Alright, yeah. And I'll handle yours at some other point, Trixie. That's my bad. Okay, but either way, you guys appear. And the nymphs are all like, woo, yeah, and they like immediately sort of like go up to Rhodos and you, Jeice, and maybe sort of like say hi to both of you, but eventually like pull aside Rhodos to like talk to her and be like, so tell us about your wedding night and blah blah blah, and like give us the goss, baby. And you can go see your companions.
Excellent. Like, hello everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, Tam Lin just kind of chuckles and gives like a bro nod.
You receive
How's
one
it
in
going,
return.
Mr. Rhodos?
Mr.
Mr.
Rhodos.
Rhodos. It's wonderful. I couldn't be happier. She is amazing.
That's nice to hear, but you understand this is just a small part of what we're here to do, right?
Yes, I do understand that, and we have talked about it. I was wondering if I could impose about a few days, maybe a week, just so that I can spend time with her. And she has said that she would love to stay with me at the Palace of Heart's Desire, if that would be all right with everyone.
Well, it's not my palace.
Right, and it's certainly all right with me. But again, none of us own the palace.
Indeed.
I don't object to the week. I need to speak to my father about whether or not he wants his day off before or after I come back from the Feywild.
Could just check in with Sybillna, make sure she doesn't need us back before then. But if she doesn't, then it gives Vivienne time with her family, or her dad, and family, I guess.
Indeed. I feel it would be inappropriate to take her away from where she is called home for so many years.
Vivienne, sorry.
Yes.
Do they have libraries here that we might be able to do research here as opposed to at Sybillna's?
Absolutely, they have libraries, I believe. DM. Yes, of course, they have libraries.
Make me a religion check about the libraries of this place.
I'll take
I
that.
thought these people were cool. They're a bunch of nerds. What?
17 on the dice. You said religion. Ooh, all right. 23.
Yeah, it should be well enough. You know that Olympus has two major repositories of knowledge. Both Athena and Apollo have their own personal archives, of their own personal libraries and archives of like expansive lore and expansive knowledge, not just about everything: history, arcana, music, poetry, dance, the cosmology, other worlds. It's to rival Zybilna's own collection.
I will convey all of this.
You know, they might have information here that Zybilna doesn't have in her library. We'd
Very
also, like,
true.
some of us could go back to Zybilna's, do a bit of research, while some of us stay here. Like, we have to know where we're going next, right?
I'm happy to go back.
Yeah, this place has been fun, but it's probably time for me to leave too.
Can a few of us stay and the two of you go back?
Brok, you have the stone. You can actually message Zybilna. Right?
Again.
Because again, if
I
she
can't.
needs us back today, then we kind of all have to go today.
All right, I just need to figure out how to fit all this in 25 words.
We believe in you, Brok.
Or you could
Then
just
the three of us will go to Olympus.
give the full expansion later, you know? Hey, long story, we need to come back. Only a couple of us coming back.
All right, I'll send a sending.
Okay.
Mission accomplished.
There's a hell yeah on the other side.
We have what we need
We have
for
what we need for
spring. Long story short, Jeice got married. Do you need all of us back right away?
There's a very immediate response. It goes, Jeice got married? Really? Huh. Interesting. Wow. Well, far be it for me to keep him from his new bride. Interesting. Return when it suits you.
Yeah, I didn't bring up this part.
Oh yeah, how I've been hitting on Zybilna this whole time, and she finally made out with me, and got.
You what?
No, yeah, that's. But yeah, you get this strangely oh, that's weird, huh? This strangely passive aggressive message back. She's like, do whatever you want, I guess.
It seems her
Hey,
words say
period.
everything was okay, but the tone seems like everything's not okay.
It's fine.
Apparently it's fine. But yeah, she said it's not urgent. We can take all the time we need.
I have this mental image of
Great.
Jeice going back and Zybilna being like, what the fuck? And Jeice is like, calm down.
That's death, dude.
Then calm down.
You can't say that to a woman.
Nitzuriel is your main character again. Congratulations, you're back to one PC.
She goes back to Grisette's.
Yeah, he's an asshole. You're right, baby. I can't believe he did that to you again. I'd never do that to you.
So does
But you
Brok
did.
share this information
Yeah,
with him about her
but
reaction?
You did.
Yeah, I mean,
Fucking dick.
I'll say it. Her words said it's fine, but I don't know. The tone was weird. I don't know what that's all about.
I have a few ideas.
What do you think?
Best not to hop on that now.
What? What? Jeice?
How are you always getting on her bad side?
I don't know, but it flip flops often.
Insight check.
Do you really not know?
What do you insight? Jeice? How he says he doesn't know, and that's your inciting?
Yeah, Jeice is like, I don't know how I'm always on her bad side. Is that?
Sure.
Does he not know? Does
Go
he
for
really
it.
not
Roll me an
know?
insight check. Roll me an insight check. Yeah. Let's see.
I'll give you a hint to that insight. I'm a man.
No, I think I know it. Yeah, there it is. That's what I was gonna say. That was gonna be the.
I don't understand why you're so mad.
Why are you getting
I
so
don't know
emotional?
what I did.
Why are you getting so emotional? Jesus. It was one
What's your
time.
insight?
Listen, Jeice, if you don't know, I'm not going to tell you.
What was the insight?
I know you don't want to do the dishes, but I want you to want to do the dishes.
Okay, I'll do the dishes.
No, that's not what I fucking want.
You just said that you wanted me to do the fucking.
I love that movie, by the way. That is
Yeah.
one of my favorite scenes of any movie ever.
A 15?
A 15. You, Vivienne, recognize that Jeice is a man, and Nim and Rhodos and Zybilna are women. You know what they say? You know, boys are from Mars and women are from Venus. And he just he does things and doesn't understand. So no.
Short, we really can't expect much from them. Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to speak for all men, but I will say that seems to be like something of a situation here where, like, yeah, there's
It's the
Either
experience
kind-
of being a man. You know?
it's the experience of being yeah. I think that at the end of the day, Vivienne, yeah, he truly doesn't know what he's like.
I know what
He
I've
doesn't
done
think
this
it's
time.
Wrong.
I know what I've done this time, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, historically, I don't know. Like,
Let's just put it this way: Jace's charisma modifier isn't as high as yours, and he's also quite a bit younger than yourself, and Rhodos, and Zybilna, who are all beings of hundreds of years. So he's a little young.
in human standards, though, I'm 35, so do with that what you
Right.
will.
This
Well,
should
in
this should make
married a
going back to
god,
the palace
so-
all kinds of fun. Excellent.
Right?
There's
Nobody
Look,
knows,
you
damn it.
you can do these things with any old random women or whatever lovers you pick to choose, but these women are immortal. They hold on to grudges forever.
Yeah, one of them's a Greek god.
I hope you understand what you got yourself into.
Oh yeah, and then you sort of like hear off in the distance talking about like, oh yeah, I can't wait to tell my father Poseidon about it, the god of the most ferocious god in all of Olympus.
You ever seen the those memes of The Office or The Office where Steve Carell's character, he's like so visibly like disheartened by something? Yeah, like that. He's like he's just barring his teeth because he's so uncomfortable. Yeah, Jeice is probably doing that right now.
I love this game so much. I'm like, oh, this thing, I don't have much planned for the game tonight. I don't know what's gonna go, and it's always a blast.
Yeah. Damn, it was nice having Jeice back for 2 sessions. If I make it to the second one.
And you're gonna bring her to the Palace of Heart's Desire too.
Are you asking me as Jeice or are you asking me as Brandon?
Yes.
Answer
yes.
for both.
Oh man.
Okay, so Brok and Tam Lin want to go back.
Yeah.
And
I don't-
Jeice.
I don't need to, but
Oh no, I
think-
definitely need to. I need to talk to Zabine.
That's
I can
stuff.
take you guys, and then I'll either
Okay.
come back later today or maybe tomorrow.
Okay. Don't get lost out here. Or I guess don't lose Jeice out here.
I don't get lost. That's the one thing I'm good at.
That's
But-
fair.
By the time you come back, he may be married to someone else.
Oh goodness. Don't do that, Jeice.
Stop it.
I'm not going to.
They make a good point though.
Not like,
Vivienne will look at Trixie. I'm babysitting. I got it.
All right, make sure he doesn't drown in a puddle.
Jeice will look like he had something to say to that, but then he'll just.
There's a prophecy about that, actually.
Already. No.
Okay. Are you two ready? You good to go?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. I will plane shift the three of us to the palace of Heart's Desire.
This is where the fun begins. For multiple reasons. Okay. As you three are leaving the plane of Aboria, it's, planar effects will kick in. I just need to find them.
10,000 years in the future.
In that
No,
case, I
that's
might
the
be married to someone
Feywild.
different. Who knows?
Aboria has different stuff. Okay. How many days have you been in Aboria? You're only here for like 3 days. This is your day 3, right? Okay.
You're pretty efficient here, guys.
Okay. Yeah, that first day, you guys just worked. You were like, we're climbing the mountains of Olympus, then we got shot off to here, then we went to the other village, then we came back. You guys were all over the damn place. Fell in love. Okay. All of you who are leaving, I need a charisma saving throw.
No,
Yes.
not that.
Yes.
Is this a magical effect?
Not horrible.
I'm gonna say it's difficult. I think I'm gonna say no, because I don't think this is magic per se. I think this is just like your living mortal spirit and body interacting with a plane you don't belong on. So it's almost like being in a atmosphere that doesn't match your spirit and
Right.
physicality. So
Spiritual effect then.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say
Like
say
weed.
no. Yeah, like weed.
It's like a whiplash,
It's more psychological than anything.
emotional whiplash.
PTSD. Yeah.
So, 25 for me.
Okay, you're fine.
17.
17. Come on, Tracy. What'd you get? Come on.
14.
Oh, fuck, you're fine. The DC was only 8. The DC is 5 plus every day that you've been there, so it was not a high DC. But I was hoping someone just rolled.
What would have happened?
Give me time. I'll have to come back and then leave again. So I guess Jeice can get them off here, but
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you don't fail, I definitely will fail.
Okay, let's see. So you guys return, you leave the realm of Emboria, and there is like there's a certain nothing intense, but like a certain like all of that emotion that was like up here all the time, the passion, the anger, the joy of victory, the pride of conquest and victory. They sort of level out. you guys were like in a state of like bipolar mania for like the entire time, like in a good way. And you kind of like come out of it feeling a little like, oh, like back to sort of base a little bit. As much as you can in the Feywild, that is, of course. But indeed, you return. Where, Trixie, are you wanting to go in specific in the palace? Do you want to just like...
In the gardens.
In the gardens, okay. Yeah, you return to the Palace of Heart's Desire. And that makes sense because the circle in the middle is technically a teleportation circle. So you, Trixie, Jesus, you're really tall for some reason. Tam Lin, and Vivienne.
Big Eagle.
Or no, it was Brok. It was Brok. Yeah, that's right, Big Eagle. Big Eagle. Return in fine shape. These guys are not here. And as you're here, wind, lightning from the clouds below, crash. It feels very distraught, angry. The weather feels.
I knew things weren't fine.
What do you think is going on?
That's that man's intuition.
We should go talk to her.
Probably.
All right, you're gonna go.
So
find
things
her.
aren't fine. Interesting.
You guys are immediately met by Thinnings at the door, who says, "Oh, splendid! You have all returned to the fold. Then, if I might so be bold as to inquire, did something negative happen on your travels? It seems that her ladyship seems a little beside herself."
I don't
When did this all start?
think so.
About 5 minutes ago.
I mean, I did get a hold of her before we came back, and I thought everything was okay. I told her
She knows we have the harmony and stuff.
got the harmony, mission accomplished. Told her Jeice got married. All good things.
Okay, well let's go talk to her.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, right. So Tamlin will kind of bow his head and smile a little bit, like, would it be possible for me to talk to her ladyship?
Your funeral. And he just sort of says, her ladyship, I believe, was in her laboratory. Last I saw.
Thank you. We head that way.
The music's really cheery. I should fix that.
There's a satyr playing a pan flute. Stops with a record scratch.
Just like crying in the corner. I feel like I should just play battle music straight up.
Fuck, dude.
You all sort of find your way to, you sort of like find your way up the many pathways. The Court of Storms is electric right now. And
It's electric.
you make your way there and you sort of hear the like stomping around and like sort of unhappy sounds inside. No furniture is being thrown over or anything, but like you feel tension as you touch the door handle, and as you guys open the door and enter within, you see sort of just Zybilna. A couple books are thrown about. Maybe there was an initial fury at some point, but now she's like, a mage hand is going around. You see Ygritte in his closet form is sort of like tiptoeing around the room, very quietly closing books and like putting them up on desks, and kind of like sees you all and is like, and like goes back to trying to like quietly clean up. Maybe he's been commanded to do so, but indeed you see Zybilna at her desk, sort of like like looking like that she's got that ADHD on where it's like you're trying to read but you just can't, your focus isn't working today, and she's like looking at the book and she's like, the door opens and she kind of says, "Ah, you've all returned. Welcome back. Victory, I hear, from Aboria. Excellent. It seems that I chose your companion and Vivienne well."
Yes, Vivienne was very helpful. She's still back there. We'll
Mhm.
collect them in a little bit.
"Oh, excellent. Is she getting married too?"
Not
that
to
I'm
my
aware of.
knowledge. I mean, we didn't expect Jeice to get married either. It was sort of
No. Very
impromptu.
surprising. Right in the moment,
Oh,
he crashed a
no.
wedding.
Didn't know this woman at all. Who is the bride? I think I would at least be invited to such a wedding, considering my patronage and long-standing, I don't know, friendship to Jeice.
Well, it wasn't his wedding that in the first part, so it was her wedding to someone else. And in the last second, Jeice was like, "No, you can't marry, blah blah blah. You're gonna marry me." So it wasn't Jace's wedding when it started. So
And it
we
turns
kind of
out that
hijacked it.
one of the rings was the Spring Harmony.
Oh. Well, I see. So this was for the good of the mission then. This isn't like, so this is an illegitimate
No.
marriage. Sort of.
I think
There's
it
no
would've
true
worked-
affection between the two.
No. I
No,
think we would've
okay.
gotten
Well,
the ring regardless of who got married. The important part that there was a wedding.
I do think I heard him say that he loves her.
Repeatedly.
Oh, you stirring the pot, motherfucker.
We don't know. You didn't tell us shit.
like you can, like there's no windows. You guys are far removed from the actual exterior, but you can almost feel like the castle shake with thunderous booms outside. She goes, "Truly," and she sort of like does this with her hand, and she sort of like makes a fist with her hand, and like the bookshelf behind her, filled with like ancient tomes, just sort of like folds in on itself, like Magneto, like crushing metal or something. Because that's, oh, excuse me,
It was quite
Who
a
is this
surprise. And extremely
surprise
reckless.
bride. This woman to be married. Who is she? Must be someone exceptional.
Yes, Jace's wife is Rhodos. Daughter of who is it again?
Oh, I am
Poseidon
aware of
and
And Aphrodite. yeah.
Aphrodite.
and cast aside consort of Helios and daughter to the goddess of love, and yes, she's lovely from what I hear. Very lovely, I see. He's a lucky man to have found someone so, I don't know.
I feel like we're missing something. Did something happen? That
No, not at all.
Okay.
I am just so, I guess, buried in my research. There's just so little time for keeping up with things, I suppose.
I mean, they seemed to hit it off in the. How long were we there? 3 days?
Well, he kind of met her like halfway through that, so
Oh, so, and he
a
married.
day and a half.
So we're talking more like a day because they got married.
That's true, yeah.
So knew each other
We
less
kind
than a
of-
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were married after the second day.
Trixie, might I give you some advice for the future? And I hope Tam Lin and Brok, you will not be too offended. But Trixie, if I might just offer some advice. Clearly Jeice is a man of driven nothing more than his cock, right? Appetites, purely and simply. Watch out for these sort of things. I have, of course, no ill will to our close companion Jeice Silverlong, but clearly he's being led by something lower than the belt, and not any sort of. And how do I put this? nuance of relationship, more just, oh, she's probably some nude nymph in the wood, I better have her forever. You know, all I mean to say is watch out for men. They can be unreliable.
Right. Yeah. Arranged marriage kind of thing over here. So I think I'm okay. I'm dodging all of that, I suppose.
How
Already?
lucky you are, how lucky you are
Yeah.
to... Yes. Well, do tell me if your arranged betrothed happens to not be a gentleman to you, Trixie. I'd very much enjoy tormenting him for all his days.
I mean,
Perhaps we
the
should
couple of times
practice when
I've met
Jeice
him,
gets
he's been
back.
nice, Okay. Maybe Jay should stay for a couple of days, at least.
I don't know what you're talking about. I certainly have no ill will. I just simply wish to point out that... Never mind. Anyway, there's plenty to do. Was there anything else that you all wished to inform me of? Or speak on, or some such? Yes, Tam Lin?
My lady, yeah, if I may have a word.
Of course. Please.
I'm certainly thankful for you restoring me to my form and removing the curse. And it was my understanding that I was here to, you know, support this group and to protect them when necessary, but you certainly didn't need to send me to Arborea for a number of days to watch Jeice get married to a nymph. What is my purpose here if that is our mission?
Trust me, if I knew that this mission was to result in Jace's marriage, perhaps it might have been arranged differently. But you're quite right if you think, Tam Lin, that your current job is not... doesn't hold enough challenge for you. I'm aware of your oath. I respect that in a paladin. A paladin must adhere to their oath. It is a sacred duty and such. I once had a paladin who didn't. And it was... yes, I understand what happens in such cases. So, you are the Oath of Vengeance, then. Please, tell me, who is your sworn enemy, and perhaps we shall go to war on your behalf.
Oh, as you know, I am...
Oh, yes! The Summer Queen, the leader of the Sele Court, one of the two most powerful Archfey in all the Feywild, who has power perhaps similar to a god. Yes, indeed, perhaps we shall drop the war with the Iron Fey, who threatened to destroy the entire Feywild, and we will go to the war with the Sele Court instead on your behalf. Does that sound fair, Tam Lin?
Not at all. I've not asked you to assist me in my vengeance. I've only been here to repay my debt to you for returning to me to my form. My vengeance is my own, and I will take it up on my own. However, prancing about with nymphs and attending weddings does not seem to further either of our needs.
To be fair, we were there for 3 days and we did collect the harmony.
And you were also essential to performing the ceremony itself. It wasn't supposed to involve Jeice. He sort of inserted himself into that situation.
Yeah.
But we couldn't have performed the ceremony without you.
Fair enough. Shall I stand about and perform ceremonies then?
If that's what we need to collect harmonies, I suppose. But I don't think that's what we'll need next time. Probably more killing next time.
Let me ask you, Tam. Do you think our cause is not of a purpose that meets your standards?
I have but one purpose, my lady, and that is to... two purposes. To avenge the loss of my wife and child and to find them. My service to you is a part of that oath. And I intend to fulfill it. If that means traveling to Arborea for days and watching a ceremony or even, administrating a ceremony that could have happened days ago, then I suppose that is the price I have to pay. I'm just saying that if we were only to send one man to marry one nymph, we could have done that days ago and without my assistance.
Well, I'll be sure to allocate the resources of my knights a little more expertly at your advice, Tam Lin. Fear not, I'll be sure that you have all the action you require in the future.
Bows humbly and backs away, clearly feeling threatened.
I, for one, will do anything you need from me.
Brok, you have always been a staunch and loyal companion. Of course, when I refer to the weakness of men, saying it sort of loudly as Tam walks down the stairs, I of course do not refer to you, for you are more as I have seen. I appreciate your loyalty. My closest advisor. One of my closest advisors.
With that said, I believe we got the harmony, but I think your sister might have escaped.
My sister?
Yeah, Evelyn.
Evelyn was there. Evelyn was at the
Yeah,
wedding.
Well,
Not invited.
crashed it.
Definitely not
I
invited.
would assume she was not invited. Thank you.
But she was there for the harmony.
Which she did not get, of course.
The rumbling sort of ceases. And she just sort of like lets out this sort of like almost manic laugh. This like just like this laugh. She goes, Endlin Moongrave is trying to usurp one of my harmonies, and this is her way of gaining back any sort of pride that she may have had per her other sisters in her coven being utterly destroyed. Oh, she is truly fallen. Goodness me. And you dispatched her?
She was weaker than I remember. We weren't able to employ an eclipse before we
Oh, no,
did enough damage
Rolf.
to.
Do not be so hard on yourself. This is better. This way, she has to endure a second defeat and insult at all of your hands. And be assured, she hasn't gotten weaker. You've gotten stronger. Goodness, how far she's fallen. I must tell Mother.
I do have a plan in the future though, if we meet her again. But it might
Excellent.
involve hurting you, Brok, and because you're a werebear, so it's kind of like a moon thing, and like I could like sunbeam around you, and that would be like an eclipse, but you would get hurt.
How wise you are, Trisuin.
But I feel like you're fine with that. You'd be good.
Honestly, the fate of Endlin Moongrave has simply served as an amusement at this point. I personally enjoy her, sort of cowering in fear and loathing herself in her constant, unending defeats. But truly, I, whatever you please to do, if you consider this to be unfinished business, I'll happily hand you her location on Gehenna, and you may go to her home and kill her in her own house if you wish.
I don't think that's necessary, unless that's something you wanted. I'm not holding a grudge with her. If this works for you, then it works for me.
Oh, I have come to learn something about the world, is that there are far too many enemies to kill out there, and there will always be more. And killing is just so, for your real enemies, it's just so quick. You know, it's too bad the vengeance paladin left. I could teach him something about vengeance. You see, the worst vengeance to impose upon your enemy is having to live in shame. That is real vengeance. Death is easy. Death is... I mean, I think everyone in this room has done it at least once, if I'm not mistaken. It's quick, it's fast, it's easy. But to live in shame and constantly trying to claw onto past glories that are long gone, life is true suffering in such case. But please, I implore you, do whatever you wish. Endlin Moongrave's fate is in all of your hands. If you wish for her to sort of live in the shame of a second defeat, fine. If you wish to go to Gehenna and kill her in her own home, that is also fine. I'll give you the location myself. Whatever you please. Perhaps you could take Tam Lin and he can do something as he pleases. In fact, better yet, perhaps we should just send him to do it himself. I mean, he did fight him in the end. Her in the end, yeah, so vengeance there somewhere, I'm sure. Perhaps I should drop him off in Gehenna for a time.
If you think that's appropriate, then I support you. But for me, my priority is acquiring the last 2 harmonies.
I appreciate your conviction. Both of you. I can always rely on you two. Okay. Well, congratulations and good work. You have done fine work. 2 harmonies. That is excellent. That is very excellent. Only 2 more to go. I will warn, Triswin, this is more for you than anything. As I'm sure you know, there is a certain balance that's held in the multiverse. Beings of fire do not appreciate beings of water, and so on and so forth, and the Sele Court does not appreciate the Unsele Court, and summer opposes winter so often, as does spring oppose fall. I don't know what's going to happen. Just be aware while around. Whoever holds the harmony of spring, as you hold the harmony of autumn. Yes?
That in mind.
Very good, very good. Was there anything else that you two required?
I said everything I needed to say.
I'm
Then
good.
please take your time and leisure here in the palace. It sounds like you've had a very exhausting couple days.
Yes, my queen.
Will do.
Close the door. The rain starts again after you leave. There's not as much thunder and lightning as before, but there's still like a... It's not like a drip drip on the windows or like sad drip. It's still like a on the window. You're like, where's all this precipitation coming from? Like, I know it's like a Arcfey thing, but it rains pretty heavily for a while.
What do you think Jeice did?
It could be anything.
It's just trouble following him everywhere.
I thought she knew that's what Jeice was like. We knew this.
Yeah.
You don't think they... No.
I mean, I feel
No.
like the reaction, maybe.
No.
Either that or he told
Gotta be something
her he
else.
loved her.
Maybe they had like an agreement. No.
I don't know. He should definitely stay there for a couple of days, though. Let Give her a bit of time. I don't think it's gonna be enough time, but and he was gonna
Or,
bring his wife here. Is that like I don't know if that's a good idea.
yeah, maybe you were heading back, right?
I think I'll
Or are
go
you staying here?
tomorrow. Because if I go back today, then I have to waste, use my last high spell.
Oh, okay, that's fair. But yeah, when you go back, you should give him a heads up. And yeah, actually, I don't know if I have a way of getting a hold of you. Otherwise, I'd tell you when maybe the rain stops.
Even if it stops once we bring him back, it'll probably start again.
That's fair.
I think Jeice will just have to deal with whatever this is.
I just have to weather the storm. I will say, over the course, it does change. The rain does change. Like, yeah, it is very sort of like, almost like angry hitting the window, where it goes from like heavy rain to hail here and there as it sort of like hits the window. But it does sort of slow down into that like sort of small pittering on the window, which actually does come about a little more than the heavy rain after a while. This sort of slow, just sort of like rain pittling down the window, this sort of drab, sort of sad weather. It does take a little more than the anger after a while, as you watch literally the stages of grief begin to go by. You watch the anger turn into sadness, turn into something. Okay, so this is very interesting. So I gotta ask, Trixie, you intend to bring Jason, Rhodos, and Vivienne back whenever to the Feywild?
Yes.
It should be fine. And you're going there. You're gonna do it tomorrow. Okay. Okay, never mind. I was just trying to figure out time bullshit with the
Yeah, I
Feywild.
think I generally like plane shift out of here near Zabilna, and she makes sure no time stuff happens.
Yeah,
Is what
and that's the
usually
thing too.
usually do.
Yeah, I go, hey Zabilna,
Yeah.
going back to see Jason.
I probably won't mention Jace's name. I'll just be like, I gotta go get Vivienne and the
Gotta go
other
get
one.
Vivienne and what's his face?
The other ones, whatever they were.
Yeah.
If it had been something other than a charisma check to leave Amoria, I might go back today, but I'll just go back
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Fair enough. Okay. I love playing Isabella when she's pissed off. I can't wait to play her when Jeice gets here. Honestly, that's gonna be even better. So why don't we just handle this day with Trixie, Brok, and Tam Lin? Post your Zabelna meeting. The Palace of Heart's Desire is yours. What would you like to do?
Where do we think we should focus next? Summer or winter?
We gotta do both. I have no preference.
That's helpful. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think I'm actually going to pout and like swing my sword aggressively because I don't want to be here, and this is becoming less and less agreeable.
Okay. You kind of go off and pout and are a little upset. Practice with your sword. Understood. Okay. No worries. And Brok and Trixie, you want to do research?
Sure.
All right. You don't even want to take. Well, yeah, I guess you guys didn't. I mean, you already did kind of just hang out around the Borea, in fairness. Okay, yeah, you guys head back to her sort of demi-plane library. You're not gonna get too much work in there, Trixie, because you're gonna be heading out tomorrow. What you intend to achieve is like it's a big scale research operation. It's not like something you're going to find in a day, but you can begin to help Brok out. And yeah, and Brok, you begin to sort of like take books off the shelves. You talk to the librarian. He's like, oh, okay, fine. And helps you out. Sean, the hunchback. And yeah, you guys begin to sort of like collect lore, and we'll consider this one day into research for you, Brok. I'll say with the help of Trixie, I'll say like she gives you, I'll just call it 2. I'll say that like she gives you a day of research with her help.
I mean,
if
we
that's
have
She's helping me with the big words.
we have more notes from Zybilna on the winter, so maybe we focus on that. She was thinking like a vampire and somewhere that it's cold, potentially.
She also, it's also worth noting that she, it would be told to you that she did send Nithroyal, well, technically Grisette's did, but nonetheless it was still helpful. That Nithroyal is there working as an agent for Zybilna to begin learning about the Harmony in the court,
In the winter court.
in the Winter Court. She would tell you that.
Okay. It sounds like we have a head start on winter.
Yeah, Tamlin.
So for a little perspective, Tam Lin had to fight his way out of the summer court. And that was a terrible, and then he hid for years. And then eventually got turned into a dog, came back here and was like, indebted to like for the removal of the curse, but immediately went to the dark plane that we went to with the circus or whatever.
Shadowfell.
Right. Shadowfell, and then on to like some crazy like train pocket dimension. And only to find out that the person who sent us there was actually Zybilna, who had created this whole situation that she had asked us to solve. Came back from that, went to Arborea so that we could spend days waiting for Jeice to get married to somebody after we spent days fighting things. So yeah, he's not like, this is not feeling super straightforward to him when he had tried to already escape a fake court where nothing made any sense.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, like I'm not, I don't know what's the word. I'm not saying you're wrong by any means.
Yeah,
Of course, it's your character.
Right.
And
I just wanted to like
yeah,
give that perspective for anybody who's like, oh, you don't like the setting or whatever. No, I get the setting. It's just this guy's trying to get back home to the real world, and he keeps running into all this fuckery, and nothing is straightforward.
yeah. And that's absolutely fair. It is absolute fuckery. Yeah, we're trying to go get a couple of items from a wedding and a ghost train and it's perfectly fair reaction. Incredible. So research, and you guys can enjoy a nice meal, some time in your bed. We'll head over to if there's anything else anyone wants to do today in the plane of Arborea. Or Feywild, sorry. Okay, we're gonna head over to Arborea then. More specifically, we're gonna head over to Olympus and see what the minor god of dreams and the newlyweds are up to. Yeah, sure, we'll head to Lower Olympus. So you guys arrive there. How are you guys traveling?
How long did it
Remember,
take to
we
travel?
traveled by rainbow.
Yeah, you
So
traveled by rainbow to get there. How do you intend to get back?
Let me see. Let me see here.
Double rainbow.
Double rainbow. Well, Jeice is the king of on foot because he's a ranger. What about you, Vivienne? You got anything travel-y in your back pocket?
I think I have teleportation circle.
Okay.
Almost positive I do. Please tell me I do. Please tell me I wasn't stupid enough to not take that. I have it.
There we go.
Does my father have a teleportation circle?
I don't think your father does. Your father's not very connected to the material world, but there's certainly going to be one on Olympus. There's no issue there. I would say probably like the Temple of Hermes would make sense to be teleported to. He's sort of like the transportation guy.
That sounds fantastic. Then I will go ahead and send us there.
Oh man, no problem. I honestly hadn't even considered that, so I haven't set anything up in Olympus, but it's there, so don't worry about it. Vivienne, Jeice, and I need to go grab Rhodos and make her a relevant character. You guys you scrawl a teleportation circle onto the ground using your chucks, which we'll assume you have, and you appear once more in the divine realm of the gods of Olympus. Olympus, it's the mountain itself. And here you are.
From where we are we closer to a library or are we closer to my father?
Definitely a library. Apollo's temple is sort of just behind you right here. You of course would need to seek the approval of Apollo to be allowed inside, but like, yeah, you can go there.
I do believe that my wife and I would like to see her father and her mother.
Oh yes, we should do that. That would be lovely to have a dinner or something together. That would be fun.
I can only agree.
Well, bye, Vivienne. We'll see you later. And you two will begin the almost comically long walk to those two sort of realms here. We'll catch up with you guys, Vivienne.
I'm just curious, how far away is the Temple of Athena?
Just beyond Apollo's. It would be the one behind it. They're neighbors.
Let's start
Both
there.
knowledge gods. All right. You're like, all right, here I go. You walk down there, you walk up here and around over here. It's a the architecture here is beautiful, but it is a little sort of a runaround. But you do manage to make your way after a long walk to the it's not a temple per se, but it is the home of Athena, her divine realm here on Olympus.
She doesn't actually walk all of it. She has a skill where she can kind of float or glide as part of the aberrant sorcerer thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh, you get the wings, the like tentacle wings. Yeah, you
She's gonna cruise around like that.
That's fair. Yeah, you find yourself in front of the divine realm of Athena. And you go to the door and knock on the door?
Yes. That is why I am here.
Got it. I actually need to go and get who you're going to be received by. Actually, I could just put another Mina down.
Rebecca, the god of reception.
Yes!
No. No, not quite. No, you're gonna find something else. You sort of come to the door, and before you knock on it, there's and you kind of turn around, and you are confronted by a gargantuan owl, not unsimilar to what Zybilna possesses. That sort of lands behind you, and speaks and says, "Welcome, daughter of the dreamer. I am Noctua. I am Athena's owl. You seek the goddess of wisdom."
I do. Is she receiving?
Depends whatever for. She's very busy, as I'm sure you can imagine.
A glance at her library.
Make a... or... no persuasion check required. It's sort of... the romance says, everyone wishes to glance Athena's library. I would ask you, do you have anything to contribute to her stores of knowledge?
I do.
Then please. The doors sort of open as you claim to possess tribute. You are brought into her temple, where it's sort of like a very, very stoic, very Spartan sort of living situation, but one of sort of divine prominence. Things wrote upon the wall and such, and you are brought into a sort of sub-basement where you find yourself... you leave the owl behind. You walk into here, and you indeed are going to find yourself in the company of the gray-eyed god of wisdom, Athena herself. Stands tall, stoic, and mighty before you. Armored, armed, with a cold look in her eye, as she always has. She says, Vivienne, how can I help you?
I will begin by offering the tribute. The tribute I offer is the prophecy.
Which prophecy is this?
The prophecy of seasons.
She will happily accept that. She'll say, I accept all knowledge whether I have it or not, but how interesting to receive something I do not possess. This is of a decadent tribute, Vivienne. Me and your father are on good terms, and I will allow you entrance into my stores if you wish. But I would ask, what do you come for? One does not seek a divine repository of knowledge for curiosity's sake. At least not one such as you, I imagine.
No. I do not aspire to my mother's throne. I'd rather a place here. But under no circumstances would I see the Feywild destroyed. I would seek the wisdom here to save it.
And please, enter. The Sele Court has always been an ally of Olympus. You are offered entrance. You and Athena will both descend into a massive spiraling archive of profound godly knowledge, attended to by Noctua, who has found themselves in the library as well, and can help you with what you seek. What are you looking for? You want to spend a week here studying through the archives of Athena?
I would.
You come across paintings that talk, telescopes, divine armors, relics of ancient past, and endless scrolls and books of knowledge of people, of warcraft, of tactics, of philosophy. Okay, you begin the slow process of sifting through this gargantuan amount of knowledge. Meanwhile, somewhere else on Olympus, there's a very awkward dinner. Incredible. As you're walking, Jeice, Rhoda sort of like holds your hand. She says, "So you wish to meet father first?"
Um, sure. Whichever one would make the in-law experience a bit less abrasive.
Oh, then you might want to meet mother. Yes, if you do meet father, might I recommend, don't, don't, you're immortal. Don't make him angry. Like, don't risk, just trust me, don't risk it. Even if you think it's gonna earn his respect, he gets really angry, like, really fast. There's a big misconception that, like, Ares or Lord Zeus but no, it's my father. Yeah, he gets very angry very easily. He's a very big temper, and he has the power to back it up. Yeah. Anyway, let's go see mother.
Indeed, indeed. Let's go see her. Do they ever talk? Well, obviously they talk some if you're here.
Oh yes, they're there's always bickerings amongst the gods, but Poseidon, my father, and Aphrodite, my mother, they're close allies. He defended her when she was in disfavor at one point, and in return she bore for him a couple children. I was one of them, and they're on really good terms. They're sort of allies. They're not married, but I don't think mother will ever be married again.
Why not?
I think I told you a little about her ex-husband. He's fine, but he's... you know what? Maybe ask my mother about it. It's something that she likes to talk about.
Very well.
Yeah.
I don't mean to pry into family histories and whatnot.
Oh, no, please do. I'm sure, depending on the topic, that's all we like to talk about, some of us.
I see.
Oh yes,
Truth
the
be
family
told,
drama is always very juicy.
Truth be told, I find family histories quite interesting, as I don't remember much about mine.
Oh, you don't have a large family.
It's complicated.
Well, you have just entered into probably the most complicated family that exists. Lots of drama. This is very much one of those, like, I don't want to say Hallmark, but one of those like My Crazy Family movies, like Meet the Fockers or something like that.
Yeah.
You just entered into the most fucked up in-law situation that ever existed, to be clear. you just married into like Olympus. Shit's fucked. Anyway, you come around here, and indeed, waiting to greet you is the lovely, beautiful goddess Aphrodite, a being of unsurpassable beauty and stunning looks. She approaches the both of you. She comes up and immediately gives Rhodos a hug, and she says, "Congratulations!" And then she sort of like, just kind of puts a hand on your cheek. Jeice, like, she's holding her daughter, and she's like, she says, "Well done." And says, "Please, come in. We should meet, and we should talk. It's so good to see you, Rhodos. You seem so happy." And she goes, "Oh, I am, mother." And like, they go in, and you find your way into her home, and it's, for lack of another word, it's very sexy in here, man. Like, it's like got that like pink candlelight glow and this like hanging incense, and there's a huge bed, and there's these like, actually they should be filled. Let me fill them up real quick. There are these baths where you see these like beautiful other nymph women like sitting in the baths together, like sort of playing with each other's hair or kissing or bathing one another. It's like very horny in here. And she like sits you guys down on like one of the couches. Some of the nymphs, also nude, come over and like deliver like goblets of wine and like eye you up, Jeice. Rhodos and Aphrodite don't think anything of it. And she says, "Tell me about the wedding." And Rhodos goes, "Well, Jeice confessed his love to me and everything, and it was really." And then there was a huge battle, and the place got blown up by fire. It was a huge firestorm. I almost died at one point, and Aphrodite's like, "Oh no!" And she goes, "Like, yeah, but no, like it all came together in the end. The ceremony was officiated by a friend of Jeice." And she goes, "Oh, that's lovely." And he goes, and Aphrodite says, "And how are you, Jeice? How are you feeling with everything? You happy with how everything went?"
I couldn't be happier. I knew that when I first saw her that Rhodos was a longing soul, and we talked a bit about Helios, and I don't know. The connection was almost instantaneous, and her beauty is a glass full of water. Must I say?
This goes excellent. And Rhodos kind of like gives Rhodos and Aphrodite sort of just like share like a knowing look for whatever reason. And Aphrodite says, "Well, that's splendid. Well, I wish you two many years of happiness." In this moment, walking in, you do indeed see the mighty form of Poseidon into the hall.
All right, the hard part comes now.
Here we go.
Let's get
And
it.
Aphrodite stands up and says, or she doesn't stand up, she goes, "Oh, Poseidon, welcome," and just sort of like beckons him to come in. He walks in, trident in hand, down at his side. And she says, "Look who's here, the newlyweds." Poseidon goes, "Newlyweds?" She goes, "Yes, it seems that... You remember Jeice? We met him with Hera." He goes, "I see." He goes, "Yes, they have married Rhodos. And Jeice, you were aware that Rhodos was to be married, yes?" He goes, I received an invitation to the marriage. I wasn't aware that she was marrying a mortal." And he says, "Well, here you have it." He like into the stone, like shatters the stone with like a light thrust into the trident, and it buries itself in the stone. And he approaches. He's an imposing, like, wise old god, and sort of like looks down on you.
I definitely stand up and give a bowing gesture, like, "King Poseidon, I've heard much of your mastery of the oceans, and not many ships would make it without your merciful gaze."
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, 15.
Yes. It's pretty average. He says,
Something to say about that.
and he says, "And many still do not make it because of my wrath." So he looks past Aphrodite, and Aphrodite's like, "Poseidon, And he looks back at you, Jeice. Says, "Come, mortal. We should walk."
Ah,
Me
shit,
and
this
you.
talk, boy. I know it all too well. All right. Um, uh, yes, sir.
He like puts his hand on his shoulder, like a mighty hand that basically like almost like basketball like palms like your whole shoulder, like his thumb goes about halfway down your chest, and he sort of like steers you towards the door. And Rhodos is like clearly a look of like, I hope I see him again. And Aphrodite's like,
She won't.
He'll be fine. And she goes, and he takes you out to the gardens of Aphrodite, where you see, little fey creatures flitting here and there. You see three other beautiful, graceful creatures, these three women wandering around. He sort of walks with you silently for a time, and there's this, deep tension for a while.
I'm like giving glances at him, like seeing if he's looking at me, and he's never looking at me. So I just.
And he's not. He walks forward with this it's just like he's just like
Fucking
not
JoJo
even
character.
like focused or like he's thinking too hard, just sort of
He's got a
walking.
place that he wants to take me, and he's going to get there by any means necessary.
Yeah, there's not even like full determination. It's just like it's a passive determination, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he sort of wanders and he says, "The gardens of Aphrodite. Have you ever beheld anything so beautiful?"
Perhaps one thing.
And he doesn't smile. I smile, but he doesn't smile. He goes, He sort of like looks off on one of these like empty sort of like, I don't know, there's trees and such sort of growing out, and he looks down at it and he goes, "So, how many days have you known my daughter?"
Enough to know that our love is pure.
He says, "I see." And let me explain something to you, Jeice. I don't know you.
Oh.
You are not a mortal who has ever been under my gaze. Until now. And rest assured, for all time, you will be. You feel a sort of like a rumble, and you notice that very quickly these like little pools are beginning to flood with water. And he says, "And I'm sure perhaps by now you've heard some stories of Olympus, of what transpires here, of the disloyalty my family has been known to show one another."
It may have crossed my ears once or twice.
Yes, you may have entered this family of Olympus, but this does not permit you to behave as such. Rest assured, and know this, that there will be 3 holes in your chest if I catch wind of anything less than utter respect being showed to these marital bonds. Know that the sea will swallow you. You will drown and be crushed by the darkest, coldest pits of the abyss of the sea. Should I find out you treat my daughter anything less than what she deserves. She is a god. I expect her worship from you. Is that understood, mortal?
Yes. She will have my worship day in and day out. For she is the love that I have chosen, and I hers. I seek only to make her as happy as I can.
He sort of like looks around the garden, sort of shakes his head a little bit, looks back at you, says, I'm going to let you in on something right now, Jeice. You see over there, and he points to a temple sort of nestled away in behind. See that, what you might call temple over there?
Yes, sir.
That is the home of Aphrodite's son, Eros. You fell in love quite immediately, didn't you?
It was faster than I had ever anticipated.
Love at first sight, you might say.
I would say so.
Just so that you're not the last one in on the joke. Aphrodite's son Eros has a bow, and when he shoots his golden arrows from them, people fall in love with the next thing they see. You are in love, and love is a magic unto itself, but you are in love. Just know. Why? This love that you have for my daughter is not something you've earned or grown. It was something put upon you.
Are you saying that, if I may, are you saying that this love we share is not genuine?
What do you think love is, Jeice Silverno? How do you think love happens?
I suppose, as abstract as that question is, it can be many things to many people.
Wrong. Love is a gift. Aphrodite is over there with her daughter, so I will explain it to you. Love is sent by the gods. There are many gods of love, and each one is responsible for every love that has ever transpired and taken place. Your love came from a god just like any others. Just know why it happened. So go on, be a good husband as you've promised to be, and if you are, we will have no problems. But I will be watching you. And if you ever cross me or her, I'd recommend you stay far away from any sort of liquid. And even that might not save you. I'll drown you in a puddle if I have to.
I completely understand. And oddly enough, you do remind me of a prophecy that I once had heard about myself.
A prophecy?
Indeed. Nothing more than...
Speak it. You brought it up.
Well, the prophecy, amongst other things, said that I would die by drowning.
Is that so?
Apparently. It was from a hag that was a sister to Lady Zybilna, my matron.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to a break. And when we come back, you can roll initiative.
Oh,
Nice.
Like,
nice.
you just told him that no matter what you said, you're gonna fuck up sometime. So
Might as well get it out of the way early.
yeah, right.
We'll be back. We'll be back.
Oh no! Oh
Most of
no!
us aren't there to save you or
Oh,
help you or
Drown in a puddle, any
anything.
percent
Oh.
speed run.
This is the day we left or the day after? Which day is this?
This should be the day that we left
Yeah,
because.
Yeah,
this is
so-
the same day.
Oh
You know, I've
no!
heard- I've heard that you can drown in a teaspoonful of water.
Yep.
I've heard an inch, but whichever. All right. Immune to disease. That won't help me.
Is drowning a disease?
I would say so. I would debate.
If you require oxygen, drowning is not a disease. It is a condition.
Don't worry, Jeice. I believe in you. I didn't doubt you for a second.
You know, the entire time this whole thing was going on, the entire time that wedding was that all that infatuation was going on, I'm sitting here thinking, Jeice. Now Vivienne wasn't here for any of that, but the player Carmen was thinking, Jeice. That's gonna be. I feel like that's gonna be I just feel like Zybilna had expectations. And this
Yeah.
wasn't it, and she's just not a good woman to surprise.
No, she's not. But I have hopes and I have dreams.
And you have a backup character, so.
It's like that ant pushing that rubber tree plant. You have high hopes.
Yep. Yep.
It's been nice knowing you, Jeice. Silver Schlong.
You know, it's been nice to adventure with you, sir. That is entirely true. I agree.
It's okay. Trixie will just bring it right back.
Oh, what if you come back as a Gith again?
That would be fate, I assume.
A fate worse than death.
Yeah.
All within like a week's time. Fall in love, get married, get killed, right back to life as fucking Gith again.
Maybe
Get to
I'll
be a
a
half elf
Gith's
for
arrive
less
this
than a
time.
day.
Ah, boy. Just writing down my major and minor benefits. I think I had one more. 2, 3, 4. Oh no, that's it. Disadvantage on saving throws against spells.
I don't think he's gonna need a spell.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I think he's just gonna stab you. Well, he
Well,
has.
nah,
You have to drown some way. Like otherwise,
I
then
can't die
the
unless
prophecies
I
are
drown.
bullshit.
Yeah, like I can't die unless I drown. So, like it won't happen.
Yeah, it's a good thing he doesn't know the prophecy. Oh wait,
Yeah, and it's a good thing. At least it's not the god of water and seas who knows the prophecy and is threatening you.
oh, you were probably in the clear. Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
Thought he would find it funny.
I think he does. I think this is all funny.
You
to
think
him.
so? I think so.
Oh yeah, I think he thinks it's hilarious.
Don't worry, darling. We'll find you a new husband.
He just wasn't right for you. Oh boy. These father talks suck, man. The worst shit. Okay. I can survive. Can I live? No. Oh, here we go.
Fine. Wait. Before you strike me down, let me say one last thing. And then run. And then just run away.
Just fucking teleport. Teleport my fucking ass off.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Maybe we gotta go. Maybe we gotta go.
We gotta go to the driest plane known to anyone.
Plane of fire. Yeah. Like Avernus. Everybody likes Avernus. Like. Oh man.
How quick do you think it's gonna be? Let's take bets.
I don't know. We'll see. He's pretty high level.
Who, Jeice or Poseidon?
Both. Poseidon's pretty damn high level himself.
Surprisingly, Poseidon's only level 3.
He's a god. Well, normally I play it like... I don't know, I have the stat block, I might as well use it. I made one for him, I might as well use it. I normally play gods as like omnipotent beings, they don't really have stat blocks, who can do whatever the fuck they want, but... I got it, let's use it, you know?
I think he's just gonna grab him by the scruff of his neck and hold him underwater.
You just drown him in the traditional way. This is more like a survive situation. This is like a run situation.
I mean, that's what I told him.
Just run,
I said, dude,
bro.
just run. Just get out of there. Get the fuck out of there. Find a plane with no water.
I can't wait till Trixie comes back. She's like, what? Where's Jeice? Oh, he left.
She's,
played
yeah,
hard.
she's just been super worried about bringing him back to Seville as comes back. Oh, he's got a big fight with Poseidon.
He just needs to piss off everybody. This time wasn't really his... I mean, you probably should have brought it up, but...
I can't believe he
I'm
did.
gonna do nothing to hurt your daughter. I love your daughter. Oh, by the way, there's this prophecy about me that I'm gonna drown.
You'll drown
That's
me
so
if I hurt your
weird.
daughter?
What a
It's crazy.
coincidence.
It's crazy. There's this prophecy about that.
I'm sure it's got nothing to do with you,
Right.
God of the Sea.
Weird time to bring this up, but
Yeah, weird,
Super weird
right?
because nobody asked, and you know.
He's technically a large creature, so we'll pump him up. Turning you into a tree is too good for you.
That is a sick trident.
Hey, yeah, thanks. I made him myself. Well, not the. I just found it on Hero Forge, but yeah, I think it's a pretty sweet trident. I like to think that the octopus is like actively like moving its tentacles around and shit.
yeah,
It's still alive.
It's still alive, even though it's been speared and it's double-headed. Hell yeah.
I say the octopus suckers Jeice, and Poseidon holds him under the water, attached to the octopus.
The real danger of the trident is the section cup.
The sucker punch.
The sucker punch. You'd think it's the pointy trident points, but no, it's actually the octopus suckers.
Name is probably Bob.
Get him, Bob.
Bobtopus.
Oh, really? His name's Bob? Bobtopus? I definitely think Rhodos was like standing here like watching, like, ooh.
The one
"Don't
thing I
worry
told him not to
about
do.
it."
Don't make him mad.
Don't
The
forget
one
anything out that will make him mad.
Like, technically, I'm gonna die drowning. That's crazy that you bring that up. It's more your fault than my fault at this point. Don't worry, he's got Sir Talavar's tiny sword. That'll defend him.
That'll save him from drowning.
Yeah. I can't drown if I kill myself first. Damn, he's right. I hate to say it, but he's right. Luckily, his regeneration. Luckily, he's got the ring. I'm sitting here like, okay, he's got the ring. He's, you know, he's got a powerful artifact. He'll heal himself a little bit. He's in the bathroom, just like crying right now.
Right. Yeah. He's
That's why
not
he's
coming
like-
back. He's he left. He skipped town.
I hate it here.
Can't finish the session if I don't come back.
I can't die to the sea god.
Is that not true? I'm so glad I came back when you said that, though, Taylor. Like I heard it like over my microphone across the room, and then I just decided, oh yeah, this would be funny as fuck. Oh, what's about to happen is gonna be funny or very funny, depending on
Roll it.
Your perspective. What if I say no?
That's fine. You go first.
Oh, you put on this music. How quaint. Can you put on like
He's
singing like I'm a ballerina or something? Like
Yeah, I think we're still good with the tavern.
Arms of the angels.
All right.
He's like, oh really? And you see his form begin to grow to like a 12-foot tall height as you like bring up this prophecy of your future drowning. And he sort of puts his hand out and the trident into his hand, and you get the sense that this has just turned into a not like a in-law kind of talk. What do you do?
I will grasp the ring and use Season of Fertility.
Oh, okay. It's very interesting.
Are you gonna fuck him?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Tell me about it. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
All right, as an action, I can have the flowers of the ring release an intoxicating scent. Everyone within a 30-foot radius of you must make a DC 20 Charisma saving throw. A creature can choose to fail this saving throw if it wishes. If a target fails, you can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is hostile toward. The indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or if it witnesses any of its friends being harmed. Additionally, the target regards the next creature it sees as its true love if the creature is of a species and gender you are normally attracted to, and become charmed by that creature.
What's the saving throw?
DC 20.
DC 20 what? Charisma?
Charisma, yeah.
So he rolls an 18. He'll lose a legendary resistance to succeed.
Okay.
So
Hey, I already made him burn one.
However, you look around for the first time to see this work, and you see like some fairies, like I don't know, they just start, oh yeah, and they just start like they see another fairy and they just start going to it. So you do so it does work on some folks. You like see the not butterflies, but you see like little fairies and little fae beings are just like, they go like, oh my god, hey, yeah, oh yeah, and you just like, they all just suddenly start going crazy. But you look up at Poseidon, and he sort of like flares his nostrils at you a bit. He says, nothing. He just like raises the trident. Anything else?
I gotta go, and then he'll bonus action do his invisibility thing.
All right, Nature's Veil. You go invisible.
Yeah, Nature's
Pissing
Veil.
your pants is a free action.
Oh, okay.
Yes, shit. Where are you going?
I think I'm going to. Is it an action to stealth? Unless you're a rogue.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll.
Yeah, movement. You running?
Yeah. I'll run towards the gazebo.
Do me a favor. Make me an acrobatics or athletics check.
27 acrobatics.
Okay, that's really good. We'll just add it up. It's a big number. With a 35, you turn around and he grabs you by like the back of the neck, and he says, "You think such tricks are beyond the eyes of a god?" And he like raises you in the air by like the throat.
So tricks. It's love.
I think that's your turn. I'm pretty sure that's your turn.
Let's be civil here.
Let's not be civil. You hear, no, father, no, wait, stop, no. And Ronos
Come on,
is
Dad.
like, wait.
I can call you Dad, right?
She's like, no. Ronos comes like charging. She's like, no, father, please, don't do this.
Hold
Totally
on,
not
honey.
listening.
Hold on, honey.
Totally
This
not
is under
listening.
control. She can't see me though. I'm still.
Oh yeah, she can't. But
So
she
he's just-
sees you like doing this. Sort of walks to the water and sort of into it and pushes you under the water. He goes, I'm just talking to him, honey. We're just having a talk. We're just having a guys talk right now. You're like, we're just having a talk between guys. Don't worry. This is all part of it.
This
It's all
is
part
so
of it.
fucking funny.
You know, I did this with Helios. You know, this is all part of it. All right. He just starts drowning you. What's your turn?
Oh, is it my turn again?
Yeah, he just kind of sticks you underwater. You're suffocating.
Okay. I will. Try to.
Well, to be accurate, he is going to use control water to force water down your throat
Got
and
it.
push all of the air out. So you
Right.
are now. So you can't hold your breath now. You are suffocating.
Okay, cool. So I will try to kick him, and before that kick hits, I'll teleport 10 feet above his head.
Okay. You can survive a number of rounds equal to your con modifier. What's your con modifier?
It is a +2.
Okay, so you got, so you're like losing consciousness. You got 1 round left after this turn. You
You heard me, right?
Huh?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, you're gonna teleport, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go to kick him, and you sort of disappear out of his hand. You appear above his head.
I kick him in the head.
Okay, make me an attack roll.
Uh, 15.
15. Your foot comes around and he just hits him in the head and he just like looks up at you and glares.
All right. And I will draw my bow and go for a shot and teleport 10 feet away onto the land.
All right. You 10 feet, take a shot. He's like, no, Jeice, don't, and make an attack roll.
Mm-hmm. I don't need sharpshooter on this one. That'll be 29 to hit.
29 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That'll be 13, and for my bonus action, I'll put a planar warrior in it.
Sure.
Okay, that'll be 18 damage on that hit.
All right, 18 damage. As you shoot him, he uses a reaction to do watery form, and your arrow does hit him, but it will only sort of partially damage him, and it will sail through the other side, so he will take half damage.
Even force damage?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and you 10 feet back, sort of land in the bush, sort of stumble out. I do have to account for you do have water like in your lungs, so yeah, I guess that.
Reaction to cough it up.
Tell you what, maybe like your body's trying to like get rid of the water. Make me like I guess a con save? That seems to make sense.
I guess.
I could say strength save, but I feel like con save.
A 12?
A little more accurate. 12. You get like most of it out. You cough some of it out. You kind of like sort of stumble out here because you're like suffocating. You cough out most of it. We'll say you're breathing now. Sure, I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Cool. And yeah, I'll run to the gazebo.
All right, you're running to another gazebo. How much speed you got? 35?
Yes.
Okay, you go running. Anything else?
How far away from him am I?
Not far enough, boy. We'll call it 35 feet.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Attack action. Bonus. Yeah, I did my bonus action. I'm good.
All right. He is going to do a legendary action. This would be considered a major casting. Oh no, this would be considered. Oh, he can't do these as a. Whatever. We'll hold off on these. Okay, we'll just skip the legendary action. It's his turn. He's gonna. We got speed wise. All right, he's gonna get up and out. He's gonna get to here, and he is going to bring his hand forward. Water is going to shoot out and begin to surround you as he casts watery sphere. You're back in the water. 5-foot radius point to see. Get off the ground. So suddenly you're just caught in a sphere of water. The sphere must be projected from. Okay, we'll worry on all of that later. So you are considered restrained, I believe, while you're inside of it.
Sounds good.
Not that doesn't affect the major teleporter around here, but whatever. That's his turn. Rhodos keeps running. She's like, wait, stop! No, father, please, don't do this. She's running in. She's dashing over. Aphrodite's off to the side, kind of watching. Just kind of watching like that off to the side. I think there's gonna be. He's not missing this.
Who's out there?
We'll see. Suddenly, flying in with magnificent speed, you see the god of the messengers, Hermes, sort of fly in. He goes behind you. He goes, "Hey, Aphrodite, how's it going? Who's Poseidon trying to kill?" He goes, "Oh, that's my daughter Rhodos. That's her new husband." He goes, "Oh, congratulations. You must be so happy for her." He goes, "Oh, yeah, we'll see." He goes, "Could you, sorry, Hermes, what do you think? What should we do here?" He goes, "Well, what's going on?" And they just start having a casual conversation about what to do about all of this while Jeice is running around and Poseidon's trying to murder him. Jeice, what do you do?
All right. I am going to bonus action, Guardian of Nature.
Okay.
I'm going to be a great tree.
All right, you're a tree now, boy.
You would drown a tree, would you?
You can't drown me. I like drink water.
You were born in the water. I was raised by it.
Is this Poseidon talking?
No, that's the tree talking. Because obviously a tree is raised by water. And as I grow my barky skin, I'm going to pull the bow in the water and then teleport 10 feet backwards.
Okay,
Away
you
from
eject
Poseidon.
yourself. Yep.
And
Like so, towards the gazebo.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you shoot the arrow. Make this attack at disadvantage as it is being done underwater.
Straight roll because this
you-
gives me advantage.
Okay, and you pop out and then shoot. And you're still shooting at Poseidon, but that goes through water, so yeah, straight roll.
Okay.
Oh, these nymphs are all and they all run away.
21 to hit.
21 shoots it, bounces off of the coral sort of across his body.
Teleport 10 feet diagonally so I can get a clear shot on him.
All right, like so.
Yep.
And now you're at a clean shot. Yeah, you can take a shot.
All right. This one will be sharpshooter.
All right.
More.
More.
That'll be a nat 20 for 33.
That will hit. That will hit.
All right, so damage. Okay. It added an extra D8 for me. Crit damage would be what, plus 20? For
depends on
sharpshooter.
No. Sharpshooter doesn't get.
Oh, okay.
It's just a standard number. You only do the dice.
Got it. And on a crit, I get the piercer stuff. One additional D8. And I'm making my favorite foe.
Okay.
All right. And another D8. So would all this get critted, all the dice I rolled?
Yeah. Except the additional dice, because that is because of the crit. So from Piercer.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. Only that one won't get it, because that's on top of the crit.
8, 16, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, would the favored foe dice get doubled?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not double, but you get your max on top of the roll.
Got it. That'll be 43 damage.
43, he'll do watery form again. 43, so that's 42, that'll be 21 damage. Still, he sort of like begins to turn, like, he just turns watery for that instance where you shoot the chest, and then it's still, he sort of puts his foot backward from it as you damage him. And Aphrodite and Hermes are like, ooh, and Hermes is like, oh shit, now he's done it. Is there anything else you, and Poseidon sort of like looks up at you with like
full
fury in his
blast,
eye.
run the
Yeah,
other way.
Yeah, you're done. You're like, oh fuck, and you take off. 35 again.
Yep. And if I can get behind a pillar, I will.
Okay, yeah, you can duck behind this pillar. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna call that full cover for you. So he won't get an attack off. But he says, "Come, coward!" And he's gonna start marching forward. Loris is like, "Oh god! Oh no! Oh no!" She's like flipping out, and Aphrodite's like, "Zeus?" And Hermes like, "No, Zeus won't give a fuck." And he keeps coming. He gets to here, 40 feet.
He's got more movement than me. Interesting.
Yeah, he's got 40 feet. He's a big guy. Let's see. He is going to raise the water behind you. He's going to pull it forward, and he's going to cast a tidal wave. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
At disadvantage.
Okay. Oh yeah, because this is
ring.
magic. This is the ring. Oh shit.
It is a spell, I assume.
It is a spell. That is considered a spell. Yeah. The nymphs both succeed by some good grace.
Oh wait, would I? Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. Boom. And boom. 14 deck save.
14 is not going to cut it, I'm afraid to say. This
Okay.
30-foot long, 10-foot wide, 10-foot tall blast into you, get smashed off the pillar and thrust towards Poseidon. You are going to take not too much damage. You're only going to take 15 bludgeoning damage, but you are not prone.
Okay.
Oh, that's all. You're just not prone. You don't get knocked around anywhere. You just get knocked prone.
Okay.
So you'll bounce off of the pillar and land prone on the ground.
Okay. I will use my spectral defense reaction to reduce that.
All right.
7.
7. Sure. I don't remember when Rhodos' turn was. I'm gonna toss her in, but I think it was after Poseidon. She's gonna go. She's gonna like pull a Briseis in Troy, and sort of like hold on to her father's like robes or whatever, and be like, "Father, stop! Please stop! No, I love him! Don't do this!" And he's just like looking at you. He doesn't care. He doesn't even notice she's there. He's just like, "You dare strike me!" As he's like pulled you to the ground. He like, and that's his turn. What do you do, Jeice?
All right, I'm going to stand up.
Okay, stand up, half movement.
And I am going to take 2 more shots at him.
All right. Hermes is like, I mean, I could get Hera. Hera's like, oh, Hera's good. Maybe you should get Hera.
I will not go down that easily, father. And then sharpshooter with these. Hopefully better than that. 24 to hit. Excuse me. 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19.
19 does not hit again. Bounces off the coral armor.
Okay. I teleport 10 feet back on that first shot.
Okay.
And blah 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 blah. Second shot. Shikayate. Wow. 19 to hit.
19 again. Bounces off of his armor.
Okay. For my bonus action, I would like to do. For my bonus action, I want to proc. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll Misty Step 30 feet to the left, I think.
Did you teleport 10 feet again after your second shot? Or before your second shot?
Yes, 10 more
Okay,
feet.
cool,
Yes.
cool. So where are you going with your Misty Step?
30 feet left.
Like over here?
Yeah.
Cool. Movement?
Yes, I will move to the bushes.
You jump in the bushes?
Yes.
Yo, fair enough. You.
No. Those ones over there, in between the two water, like the thick bushes over there.
Oh, like way over here. Okay, you jump into the bushes over here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you
You
only have
blend in
half
better as a
movement.
tree.
Oh yeah. So only 15 feet.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, you start running in that direction.
Can you long jump into him?
No, that counts against movement, unfortunately. As you're running through, the trident of Poseidon goes flying through to try and hit you. That's gonna be 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Oh boy, you ready?
Uh-huh.
Gonna be 21 piercing damage.
I'm gonna use spectral defense on all of this, so.
All right. That seems like a lot of damage, but all right. So 21 plus 29 damage. That's gonna be 50 damage.
And half to 25.
That's right. As it and it sort of goes, it hits you, but before it hits anything important, you go spectral and it flies around, sails around the garden, back into his hand. You hear over there, Hermes goes like, "Okay, I'll be back." He disappears. He just runs off with super speed. And Aphrodite's like, "Be careful, Jeice. He's okay." And she just kind of watches from afar. Rhodos is like, "Father, please stop!" And he is going to. She's kind of like in the way, and he is. Actually, he doesn't really care. He's fucking Poseidon. He kind of like puts his hand like on her head, and not like violently in any way, but just sort of like moves her out of the way. Just kind of like pushes her out of his way and kind of walks forward.
Mm-hmm.
She's not nearly as strong as he is. He walks forward about 25 feet. As he does so, he goes, "We'll see what you're truly made of. Yes, I may be your father, but it will not be for long." You see the shell on his arm begins to form crustaceans all down his arms until there's these like coral-like shell tubes and spikes down his full arm. He creates like this arm sleeve of coral, and he is going to point it at you, and it's going to he's going to use his basaltic conduit, and he's going to shoot a stream of steam-filled acid at you. I need you to make a dex save.
At disadvantage. Let me make sure that this other thing. Guardian of Nature. Oh, apparently I make Constitution saves with advantage. That's nice to know. All right. Dex save, you say?
That's an 8.
Oh fuck, I fail. I rolled a nat 1 for a 13.
Are you ready for this?
I don't think so.
42 acid damage, 47 fire damage.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Go down?
Yeah, I'm down.
Didn't you
most
have like
pain-
health regen?
Yeah, you have health regeneration.
Oh, yeah. So how many rounds has it been? 3? 4?
Tried to drown you. You ran back. You ran behind the pillar. You ran around. This would be 4.
Okay, I'll roll 46 then. I rolled 2 1s.
Oh no. Reroll.
Ooh. All right, so I regen. 20 HP.
Does that save you?
Maybe. Can you say that damage one more time?
Nope. That was, yeah.
It was 47. It was 47 and
42, I think. 47, 42.
47.
89 damage.
Damn, he beat it by 1, dude.
Oh, you go down. You kind of like are delirious. You hear sort of the scream, like crying and screaming of Rhodos, and you're sort of kind of like half faded. You feel the like behind your neck and being picked up, and then the inevitable splash. Or actually, no, he's not gonna bother. He's gonna just send the water sphere over, and you're suddenly encaptured in water, unconsciously, like trying to breathe in the water sphere, sort of hanging there. Hear muffled sounds behind you. Yeah, that feels fitting. You're barely conscious. You hear like, oh god. You hear like muffled cries behind you. You hear words being spoken muffled, like as if you're underwater, because you are. And tell you what, roll. You can make these public. It's fine. Roll me one death saving throw. It's the
One
water
death
gets to
saving
you.
throw. Shikayate. That'll be. You don't add anything to that, right?
Nope. Flat d20.
5.
5. Okay, so that's a failure. There is a. At this point, you're suffocating, so that's just a failure on the 2. And you're like losing consciousness, and then there's a as you are dropped onto the ground, and you sort of in your unconsciousness. Yeah, sure. Then you suddenly are spun back to life as a very basic cure wounds is cast on you from your wife.
My wife.
My wife saved me from drowning. That's going to be 8 healing to you. So you suddenly come to at 8 health. Rhodo's sort of on her knees beside you, crying. You're really hurt and steamed and everything. You look around, you do indeed see Hera, sort of standing at the edge. She says, "Good. Now, why are you trying to kill him, Poseidon?" Goes, "He wed my daughter." She goes, "Oh, I'm aware. I am the goddess of marriage, in case you had forgotten. Why are you trying to kill him? It's not the first time a goddess slept or married a mortal, I don't believe, around here, Poseidon. Did you not do the same? What was her name? That one woman you raped, Medusa?" He sort of stares at her, and he goes, "That was different." He goes, "Well, in any case, I'm still not hearing a reason as to why you are trying to kill your new son." He goes, "He was told a prophecy that he would die by drowning. I will have no mortal treat my daughter poorly." She sort of... "Poseidon, do you remember that one adventurer who got drunk and went into the sea with one of your sons?" He goes, "What? No." He goes, "Yes, it was, what island was it? It was, Seraphos, perhaps? One of the peninsular islands. You do not remember. What was his name?" And Poseidon sort of has a eye open of and Hera goes, "There it is. So, perhaps you have misinterpreted the prophecy." Just perhaps I have not. He says, "Well, that remains to be seen. You said you would harm him if he insulted or treated your daughter poorly?" I said, "Yes, but I am the god of marriage. I am the protector of the innocent. And should he do such a thing, you'll have my full consent, but until then, you will lay your trident down. Am I understood?" He looks at her. And he sort of looks across the way at you, Jeice. And he points his trident at you and he says, "Now you know what's coming. Be careful, boy." And he stalks off angrily across the way. Rhodos is and Hera approaches and looks down at you with her purple, convicting eyes. Jason goes, "Welcome to the family."
Well met indeed.
"Yes, I'm sure you'll fit in fine."
It burns everywhere.
And she'll look at Rhodos and say, take him to Asclepius, dear. She goes, okay, well. And Hera sort of turns around, and as you blink, she's gone. You are indeed taken to Asclepius, the god of medicine, who's like, oh, Poseidon, huh? It's too unfortunate. And he will, like, perform some healing magic, and he'll bump you back to 20. No more burns, you're fine. And Rhodos is like, I'm so sorry, I don't know what happened. I hope, I don't know why he did, like, I know why he did that, but it was all, and she's just like really apologetic towards you, and you're just gonna kind of, you're like in that body cast, like, in Asclepius' temple.
It's
And
quite alright.
we'll call that the day. I think that could be the day. And you're given sanctuary with Aphrodite, and she'll find a place for you in Rhodos after Asclepius, and that'll be the day, I think. Amazing! I feel so happy for some reason. Why don't we head back to the Palace of Heart's Desire for the next day? So a day has passed on both planes. Okay. Meanwhile, in the Feywild, you all wake up, you stretch. Brok, apparently you have more research ahead of you. Trixie, today's the day that you're gonna be heading back. As you do so, you will sort of like bump into somebody on the way to see Zybilna. Maybe you're walking through the aisles and you do see Isolde, who seems to still be here. She goes, seemingly, she doesn't have that crazy look in her eye anymore. She seems to have like mellowed a little bit. That was sort of constantly there. And she goes, oh, hello again.
Hello.
How are you?
You know, lots been going on.
It's been raining
Sorry?
a lot. Do you know why? It's been raining a lot. Have you noticed?
Yes. I noticed.
I've been in the Feywild for a while. It usually means something's going on with... Do you know what's causing it to rain, by chance?
I mean, generally the weather is, you know, Zybilna's current mood.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know exactly what started it. I'd have to inquire with someone that's not here.
I see. Make a deception check.
Well, I
You
don't
know
actually
why.
know, but
You know why it's raining.
I think I know.
Yeah, what's your passive insight?
17. But I don't know the specifics. I know it's Jeice.
All right.
Anyways.
Okay.
I can roll it still.
She
Yeah, give it
doesn't
a
know
shot,
about
give it-
relationship stuff either, though. You know.
Okay. If you think Trixie genuinely doesn't know, then no deception check is required.
I feel like it's a half truth. Like she definitely knows it's because of Jeice.
Yeah. Okay, so let's roll the deception check. Yeah. This isn't like big stakes. It's all good.
4.
4. She sort of like looks at you and goes, "Oh, well, if you did, it would. I'm supposed to go see her. So I don't know. I don't want to. You don't think it's anything? I mean, I did try to kill her. It could be me, but I hope not.
I don't think the current weather and mood is because of you, but obviously be super careful about, you know, what you say while she's in this mood.
Right. Listen, I wanted to say thank you. The Shadowfell and the sword, and it was you all kind of stopped me from killing her. And I wanted to really badly, and some part of me I think still does, but I understand why not. I don't know if I forgive her. I don't know if I ever will. But I understand. I'm sure it
It's
wasn't easy.
complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. She's sending me back to the Witchlight Carnival. I'm gonna be yeah, we're swapping. It was something I really didn't want at first for a long time, but she's giving me back the Witchlight Carnival, and Mr. Witch and Mr. Light are gonna take the Nightmare Carnival back.
I mean, I really enjoyed the Witchlight Carnival, so maybe just give it some time. You'll probably get back into the swing of things.
I used to like it a lot too. We're so long-lived. Elves, it's hard to forget when these really bad things happen. What do you just think I should give it time?
Certainly try, yeah.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you.
Of course.
And she'll kind of walk past. And where were you headed this morning? You were gonna do a little plane shift. Were you gonna see anybody before you go?
I mean, did Brok and I find anything yesterday, or was it just basic stuff?
We're working. I'm probably gonna treat it like downtime though, where it's gonna take some time to sift through all the information. You found some leads though to research.
No, I think I'll just go.
Okay. Yeah, you pop in with Sibylna, maybe after she's done with the Sold, and the Sold walks out. Yeah, she just kind of walks past. She's not as communicative, and you walk into her room, and Sibylna is there in her room. She says, "Heading out, Triswin."
Yes, I did let them know that I was gonna be back today, so.
Right. Well, good luck.
You're good though. Feel like
Am I
you got
good?
a lot of emotions going on right now.
Well, I have a lot going on, don't I?
It's very true.
A war and all.
Yes.
It's just a great surprise, Jeice's fate.
Yeah. Really was.
Okay. Well,
Okay, yep.
yeah. Just cast your spell, and I will ensure that it sends you through the right time.
Right, and we'll all be back in a couple of days.
I cannot wait.
Okay. Cast. Which...
Like, okay. All right. Trixie, you head to Olympus. Before we do that, Brock, I assume you're continuing your research?
Yeah, that's fair. I'll keep
Okay, cool.
doing the book reading
Yeah,
if I
absolutely.
must.
If I must. Tam Lin, was there anything you wanted to do today?
Yeah, no, I mean nothing specifically, right? He's kind of unhappily and impatiently waiting out his time in this service.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so we'll just pop over there. So Trixie, you find yourself in Olympus. Where are you headed? Like where specifically? You're just trying to find Jeice and Vivienne?
Yeah, I think she'll try to find Vivienne to see if she was able to get any research done.
Okay, we'll say Vivienne on the way to Athena's temple this morning. You bump into a plane shifted Tristan.
Good morning. How are things back home?
Stormy?
Vivienne raises an eyebrow. Really? Why?
I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like it has something to do with Jeice.
I'm certain. Would word have gotten around? I feel like Poseidon having that big a fit because they talk on Olympus. Like, is there a gossip check I can make?
Well, you were in the my thought was you were in the library all day yesterday.
Right, but did I sleep? Did I sleep there? Did I at some point leave
probably
and
went
go
to your
Walk
about?
into
father's.
anyone and was
Okay,
like,
yeah,
oh my
alright.
god, did
No
you hear
worries.
what happened?
Walk into anybody.
Did
I'll tell you
Jeice
what,
have any
I'll
nightmares?
roll a little random encounter. 18. Yeah. Last night, Vivienne, you bumped into a certain beautiful winged man, who you know to be Eros. And he goes, "Oh my God, Vivienne, so good to see you. Listen, I gotta tell you, dude, I fucking did the biggest thing, the biggest prank ever. Shit's crazy around here right now. Let me tell you about it." And he tells you that, like, he did indeed shoot Jeice with a golden arrow, and shot Rhodos with one as well. And he, like, incited the love at first sight between the two of them. But this is how love works. And he's like, and Poseidon's pissed. And he's like, and he talks about how, like, Jeice was nearly murdered by Poseidon until Hera's intervention. Something about a prophecy that kind of set him off, apparently. But, like, everything was going great with Aphrodite, and then he was giving him the talk, and then he said something about a prophecy, and then Poseidon just, like, pretty much opened up on him. Like, he didn't summon a primordial flood or anything like that, but it was, yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. But Hera saved the day, and yeah.
That is magnificent, my friend. Excellent work. Excellent work.
Thank you. Thank you. Love is, yeah, chaos.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, yeah. Better watch out. Might get you next. And he just flies away. So yeah, you caught
back
up on
to
the news.
today.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Back to Trixie.
what about here? Anything exciting?
Oh, right. So, have you heard about a prophecy concerning Jeice? Poseidon tried to kill
there,
him.
right? Where we were there? I can't remember. We were there, yeah.
I was in a library researching the harmonies.
Mm-hmm.
Jeice almost died because Poseidon almost killed him at lunch. Like, Hera had to step in, almost killed him at lunch.
Why?
Married his daughter. They were having the talk. Jeice got mouthy. I don't know. I don't know the part. I don't know the link between the talk and the murder. But Eros was buzzing about it.
I was gonna say we should probably just go to the library, but maybe we should just go talk to Jeice. Do you know where he is? Or where we can find?
If I had to guess, I would say he's staying with Aphrodite. He sort of needs protection from Poseidon right now. So we can go to the Temple of Aphrodite.
Yeah,
And
go talk to Jeice.
look for Jeice.
Okay. You two head down to the lower bounds of Olympus, where you find the Gardens of Aphrodite, a splendid, beautiful garden with fireflies and the three graces themselves. and probably where Rhodos and Jeice are taking the air. Jeice, what do you think you're doing today?
Honestly, uh, this honeymoon is a wash. Would not recommend to any prospective couples. Probably just talking with Rhodos, honestly.
She's like horribly embarrassed. She's like got her head down, and she's like super embarrassed about her dad. Um, but and yeah, she knows that. Yeah. But then you see Vivienne and Trixie show up to brighten your day.
Did I get a full night's rest?
Yeah, you got a long rest.
Okay.
Everybody got a long rest.
Jeice, perhaps you want to explain what's going on? Why everyone seems to be mad at you?
Oh. Sibylna is angry, is she?
Why don't we start with Poseidon, because he's the one that actually tried to kill you.
Fair.
Rhodos is just like looking so small.
Well, we were meeting with Aphrodite, and things were going well, and then Poseidon walked in. I complimented him on his ability to both allow and not allow ships to cross the sea. Then he threw his trident in the ground and said, "Come on, son, let's take a walk." And then, well, we were talking and talking, and he said something about drowning me, and it reminded me of the prophecy, and I brought that up thinking it would be
What?
funny.
At that moment, why at that moment would you bring it up?
I figured because he was so ferocious, he might find it funny the thought of killing me.
Wouldn't he just take it as confirmation that you're going to do exactly what he hopes you
And
don't
kill
do?
you preemptively?
I suppose one could see it that way.
He's not known for his restraint. Begging your pardon, Rhodos, but he is full.
I know.
Oh, I think she's full aware. Yes.
She's clear. All of it's Arborea, right? Everything is big here. Feelings are big here, right? Parents, you gotta love them, right?
Right.
And Vivienne will actually try to take Rhodos and maybe pull her aside a little bit and try to comfort her and make her feel a little. Look, I got a mama who's got opinions.
She's just like, I just tried to bring him here to have a good time, and he's probably regretting marrying me, and I don't blame him because my dad's an asshole, and he like tried to kill him, and I don't know why he would do. Like, I mean, I know he's mad, but I don't know why. And she's just like, kind of like Vivienne takes Rhodos aside, and Rhodos just kind of like has a little breakdown about it. She's like, he probably hates me, and I don't blame him. I'd hate me too.
And as Rhodos, like she'll comfort Rhodos, but as that's going on, she's gonna look at Trixie and be like,
Okay. And what about Sibylna?
Kind of like looks back at her, and He'll turn back to you, and he'll say, Isabella and I, a little bit of time ago, we had a moment where she was vulnerable, and I did my best to console her, and as we started talking about our feelings, I felt a compulsion to kiss her, in which she reciprocated. At that time, it seemed like it was uncouth of me to assume that she would be enamored with me, or inappropriate, as she is our matron. So I didn't pursue any further, and now that this has happened, I fear there was more emotion than I had anticipated.
This kiss with Zybilna wasn't immediately before we came here, right?
I don't believe so.
This was before Grisetzt was sent off.
This was before. I think it's before we went to the Hells, honestly.
The Abyss, but yeah, it was like it was while Grisetzt was still in the palace, so
Yeah,
it was a
it
while
was quite
ago.
a long time ago. And that is the utmost truth.
Well, I think you'll have to be careful when you go back to the palace. And I'm not entirely sure if it's a good idea for your wife to come. I mean, I assume Zybilna will just attack you. But I don't know.
I don't think she'll harbor any hate, per se, towards Rhodos. It is quite evident that I need to have a conversation with her. And to my wife, if we are to move forward. And I will. Thank you for letting me know. Why are you looking at me like that?
There's a lot of stuff going on. It was really risky of you to do what you did. It was kind of stupid.
Yes, that seems to be a recurring theme.
It really does. I feel like you should, think about that. Maybe work on a bit of growth,
That's rich coming from the druid.
I work on growth all the time.
I'm dead as fuck. Okay.
That is your like title in the court too. You're like the master of all things that grow.
Yeah, no, like, you know.
Kind of like HR in a way. um, I need to console my wife. When were you planning on leaving?
I know we originally said a week, but I'm thinking maybe not wait too long.
Okay.
Maybe see what we can find out here and head back in a day or two.
All right.
Just let me know ahead of time if Rhodos is coming for sure, because if she is, then we all just have to be ready for that reaction.
Right. I don't know if you should let her know that I plan on bringing her or not.
I have no way of contacting her, so
Very well. All right. I'll let her know that I have to leave. As it isn't my house, per se. And then I can have my talk with Sibyl. Alright. Try to find out what you can here. I have a grueling afternoon ahead of me.
I mean, if you meet any more of her family on your outings, maybe ask them about like a wintry vampire guy person.
I'll keep it in mind.
Okay. You know, be useful while we're here too.
When you see Brok again, well, we'll all see him together, I suppose. You're not leaving until...
Brok is doing a lot of reading, so he'll probably be super annoyed when we get back there. Yeah. I left him in the library.
Are you sure it'll be there when you get back? All right. I might be preoccupied today, but we should reconvene later.
Sure.
Thank you.
Head over to Vivienne and Rhodos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So, it was, I guess, in my mind, we would go to like downtime. So Brok has a chance to like look through the library. Vivienne has a chance to look through Athena's library, which is usually 5 days. It would be 4 now. Brok less because Trixie, you helped on that first day. But yeah, let's leave it to the party. What do you guys think? What do you plan? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna be talking to Rhodos.
Yeah, we'll handle that. Absolutely. Vivienne?
Well, Vivienne would have been tracking down things in the library. If she had a moment alone, she would have sent a sending to Zybilna.
Yep.
And if we're talking before we leave, if there was a way to run into Phobos, she would, but she's not going to take up time that we're here to go make an extra trip.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're not gonna find him in the library.
No, I know. But again, if she's not sleeping in the library,
you could go find him and chalk up if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. That night you could have like gone over, doors would open. Oh, hey Vivienne, how's it going? And you could have headed there, and you guys could have found a place to sleep. Surely.
Hey, so what are we? I'm just curious.
I have this mental image of like a 10-foot tall super fucking like naked, ripped Phobos, except this like full plate helmet with like burning red eyes on their heads.
It's role playing,
I don't
right?
know.
It's role playing it. Oh.
I don't like my face. I don't like how my face looks. I'm a little self-conscious about it. It's like socks. It's
Can I
different.
keep it on? Can
I keep it on? The helmet stays on during sex. No, I'm just kidding.
Can you
that
fucking
comes off.
imagine?
Ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so let's just So what's the plan? Did you guys want to leave earlier, or did you want to give Vivienne her proper time in the library?
I mean, can I spend my days helping Vivienne to make that faster?
It's not usually how it works, but I'll allow it. I'll allow it in this instance. Yep. So we'll say like 3 days. We'll say it'll end up being 3 days. You've already done 1, so 2 more. So 2 more days, which will cover Vivienne's research, and then Brok will just have 1 extra day after that. So that's what Trixie, Vivienne, and Brok are doing. We'll come to you, Jeice. But Tam Lin, you're gonna be sort of anxious, restlessly.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that he's kind of meditating on like what it's like. I assume he's kind of like scheming and meditating on what it's gonna take to get to his ultimate goal, which is again taking revenge on the summer court and eventually getting back, hopefully finding his wife and son. But in the meantime, maybe he tries to talk to Zybilna again.
Okay. Yeah, let's handle that. So, at a certain point, you do find Zybilna to sort of follow up with her. She sort of sees you. She seems to have calmed down some. She says, Tam Lin.
He says, "My lady, I just wanted to be sure that I was clear about my intentions the other day."
Very well. Make yourself clear.
Now, certainly, I cannot be privy to the information on the same level as someone such as you. However, our agreement after you freed me from my curse was that I would be of use to you by assisting and protecting the members of the Scorched Earth in their endeavors for you. And I have every intention of doing that. My only concern was that, at times it appears that that's the direction of that is muddied at best.
I see. Tam Lin, you are not the only person in this palace who is restless, bound to following their convictions at all costs. I understand, and hold no ill will about our conversation the other day, to be clear. This is not a place where you will have to feel unable to voice your emotions. I have come to understand that emotion is important. It's important to express. As to your goal, being a paladin, I'm sure you wish to understand your score, who you're throwing yourselves in with, what your ultimate goal is. And this is the relevant point, Tam, and you missed the sort of atrocities the rest of the group managed to spot. In the Feywild, there's a sickness growing. Elves with iron skin, elves that rule over the forest, elves that use stone to build, who sully all things that the Feywild is, are making their way to destroying the Feywild, turning it into this thing, and with that would be the end of all many Fey creatures. We mean to stop this. And it may not seem to make sense what we're doing, but this is what it is. The harmonies give us the power to control the Feywild, to force the Summer Queen, to force the Unsele Queen, to force all the Archfey to band together and stop this threat. That is what we're trying to do here. That is why we are connecting the harmonies, though the missions are strange as they seem. We're trying to unite the Feywild to fight this greater threat, because they won't do it. They'll be pushed in the right direction. Now, Tam Lin, these harmonies have the power to control the seasons, which is no small power in the Feywild. KotSE, bearing the fall harmony, would be immensely powerful in the fall court. She could bend it to her will. Those who called it home, she could bend them to her will. And the same thing with whoever bears the ring of spring, whether that be Vivienne or Jeice. They have the power to bend the springlings to their will. And so will whoever bears the harmony of winter, and Tam Lin. So too will whoever bears the harmony of summer. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
And any kind of pays very close attention as she's speaking, and then bows his head and just says, I do understand. Forgive my impatience.
It is all right. We all wish to understand our fate and where we are headed, but I promise you, those who serve me well, and you have served me well, will be just rewarded. This is, after all, the Palace of Heart's Desire. I intend to make good on your desires, Tam Lin. And what is it they say? Vengeance tempered with patience deals a deadlier blow. Is it not true?
And he definitely looks up with kind of a satisfied, vengeful, obviously, smirk, and just sort of nods quietly.
I have been insulted by the Sele court as well. This Iron Fey regime needs to be dealt with. And once it is, well, you will all bear the harmonies, and we will have to decide what to do with them thereafter. So?
Then, on to the other harmonies, and down with the Iron Fey.
Indeed. And closer still to vengeance.
And he excuses himself.
All right. Okay. And what would Tam Lin be doing for the rest of the time? You did.
Yeah, again, I think right, we were in agreement that he had been a little disconnected during the harmonies of the harmony of the fall. So probably sort of spending that time kind of meditating on his retribution, on the loss of his wife and child, on the time that he spent kind of and indentured to the summer court. I guess just kind of building his anger and retribution.
All right, building up his conviction, focusing on it. Very good, very good. Okay, we'll come around to Jeice, and once we're done with Jeice, we will take care of our wonderful downtime people and see what they come up with. So Jeice, after your conversation with KotSE, Vivienne, you've sort of calmed down Rhodos a little bit, perhaps. Is there anything that before we get to that, is there anything that you would have wanted to share with Rhodos before we get to Jeice? Or is it just sort of like a there, and then when Jeice is ready?
It was mostly to give KotSE time, and she's clearly distraught. She's also my lover's sister.
It's true.
So potentially she's family.
Okay, you just comfort her, you give her someone to vent to, and she hasn't had any, because she's usually surrounded by like a dozen nymphs who she could just like say whatever to all the time. She doesn't quite have that anymore, and she just kind of vents that to you, and you kind of preen her hair and tell her like they're there, and eventually Jeice will approach.
Thank you, Vivienne. I think I can take care of this from here. Rhodos, darling. How are you?
She's sort of like getting rid of the tears, and she kind of gives you that like smile through the tears. She says, I'm just so sorry, Jeice. I knew my father could be intense, but I didn't think it would go that horribly, and I feel awful, and I understand if you don't want to.
Rhodos, I feel as though you blame yourself for my stupidity. And that is not the case whatsoever. I angered your father. I should have chosen my words more carefully. That is no reason for me to stop feeling the way that I feel towards you.
Are you sure?
I doubt I will ever stop feeling the feelings that I share with you.
She like comes up to you and kind of like tucks her head under your chin, gives you a hug.
1 second, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. We'll come away from that. Why don't we hit up? Well, Vivienne and Brok. We haven't heard from you in a minute. Brok, why don't we get to your research? So you go to work. You're researching away. There's 4 days of research. There's 3 more post Trixie's leaving. But at the end of it, you will have successfully hit up the library. So let's see what we got. What are you researching exactly?
Oh, this was so much easier with Trixie here. Oh.
Wait, what am I doing?
Just let me know what you were researching. Like, where were you up to?
I guess just like the histories of the Winter Court and anything I can find on what the Harmony might be.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Let's see. I need you to make me. You'll have advantage because this is within your patron's area of interest. I want you to make me either a history or investigation check. I'll let you pick.
They the same.
All right.
They both flat rolls. Alrighty. 15.
15. That's pretty good. You, my friend, are going to be the proud owner of 2 pieces of lore. Incredible. I'm just gonna go double check on the stuff to do with your patron. Make sure I'm giving you everything you get. Patron, where are you? Okay. Here we go. There is the Lich. There it is. Yeah, proportionate director. Oh, no, secret contact your Patreon. Check the research part. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, you got what you got. Okay, so what it could be. Unfortunately, you don't learn much on the harmonies. The harmonies are incredibly ancient and sort of kind of lost. If Arcfey knew of them, they'd probably be sought after quite intensely, and they're sort of incorporealized. So you don't find anything about that, but you will learn about the history of the Winter Court. So the first thing I'm going to give you is the actual structure of the Winter Court. I'm going to let you know who the major players are. And the second is a story that will perhaps have relevance. Okay, let's see here. So obviously the structure of the Unseelie Court is the Gloaming Court sits at the top, the Queen of Air and Darkness. The Winter Court, there is the Snow Queen, who is considered to be a obviously a very cold, very cruel, very merciless, very uncaring, discompassionate Arcfey of great power. She has 2 daughters who are known as the Ice Princesses, who are very much like, think like Cinderella here. Like the Snow Queen is the evil stepmom, the Ice Princesses are the evil stepsisters. They're shitty, we love our mom, but we're shitty people, and we'll be as cruel and dictative as we can to impress her.
They both are.
Yeah, they both are. They're 2 peas in a pod there. And the last is, I'm gonna go double check on him, make sure I'm not giving you proper lore here. The brother of the Ice Princesses, known as the Frost Lord. Equally cold, equally distant, equally driven by the darkness of his own heart. But he is considered like the leader of her armies. Yeah, he's pretty awful. So it's just like a small family of pretty awful ice and snow people. The last one I'm going to give to you is most interesting. But before I give it to you, I want to check on what Vivienne gets really quick. I'm going to give that to you directly after I get her check. So Vivienne, if you're with us, could you be so kind and tell me what you're researching in Athena's libraries?
Yes. Also, would I be able to send Ascending to Zybilna? I would have wanted to do it after the mess with Rhodos as soon as I had a free moment alone.
Sure.
I'll give you that roll first.
If this influences anything, let's get that over with first, the sending.
Motherfucker, that was a 20.
Okay, you're gonna get 3 chunks of lore.
That was a nat 20. Let me see what is it an investigation
just an intelligence check, as long as...
Oh, intelligence.
But, well, it depends on what you're trying to research.
Well, I'm in Athena's library, so I'm going to research the harmonies.
Okay.
Winter first, summer if I can get to it. I would try to convince Trixie that it's worth allowing me to stay, as this is a library like no other.
Alright, you just want the harmonies, period. Yours is gonna be a little easier. There's not a lot of information even here about the harmonies, despite this being a god of knowledge. The first one is, there's some. This is a godly library after all. The first of which is, there's some scattering knowledge about them. The first one is like, the first piece of lore, you probably sift through it because you're like, okay, this is about the ring. We know about the ring. We don't need too much about the ring. But it tells you the form of each. It tells you that the autumn one has to do with like the leaves of fall, and that can be incorporated into clothing, armor, a cloak, usually some form of clothing. The ring always comes out as like jewelry when it appears, usually as a ring. The harmony of winter always comes out as armor. and is supposed to be like plates of like solid sheets of ice that are stronger than obsidian, or stronger than adamantine. And the last one is a weapon, is the Summer Court. It's supposed to be a weapon of terrible power. But it depends on... nobody knows how it's going to come out, but it's known to have come out as a bow. Sometimes it comes out as a sword, but usually it's sort of like directed towards elven design. Sword, bow. That's your first piece of lore. We skip the Harmony of Spring, because anything you find about that you like kind of toss. Problem is you already found two of them. Most of the information would be about the Harmony of Spring, so I'm gonna just throw that in there because you're just sort of generally researching it. You learn about the Harmony of Spring, about how it's long been harbored in Arborea as a cleansing relic.
I did specifically say the winter and summer harmonies. Like I did specifically say those two.
The winter and summer, sure. Okay. Tricky. The second piece of lore I'll say is, like, as far as their location goes, they are not in the Feywild, obviously. They're not in the Feywild, but the winter one is said to some degree, be more closely related to its court than the others. Like, there's probably some secret or someone in the court that knows more about it than most of the other ones have, whereas everybody else has been like, what's a harmony? The Winter Court is aware of the harmony, and someone there probably knows of it. The last piece of lore I'll give you is that the summer one is the only one that is currently, like, considered to be, like, active. Like, it currently exists. It's been summoned. Someone has pulled it forth from the ether, and it's in hell. And Athena believes it to have been warped by those powers. So the Harmony of Summer has become like a weapon of hellish power.
All right.
So that's what you learn. And coming back to you, Brok, your last piece of lore, my friend, my last piece of lore I'm going to give you. You read a rather interesting story about the courts. All right. Once upon a time, Titania had a son, a beautiful, beautiful son, considered to be the Summer Prince. I want to make sure I'm getting this all right. Activity, relationships, yep, son of the Summer Queen, was hailed as beautiful. And let's see. He sort of shunned his own court. He didn't like their sort of cold politics. Wasn't into that too much. Here we go. All right. Among the denizens of his court, he found the Daughters of Delight, who were powerful fae from the Summer Realm. The most beautiful of the three was a fae by the name of Sharae, Sharaea, with whom the Summer Prince fell deeply in love with and was betrothed to. And Sharae loved him in return. All was going well. However, eventually, once they were wed down the line, as happens with such immortal beings, Sharae grew bored with the endless revelries of the Fae and left for the material plane, where she fell in love with a mortal hero by the name of Hain Kassar, who fought against the forces of darkness, and she did so at his side as well. The Summer Prince grew jealous and demanded that she honored her promise to marry him, to which she refused, and the prince swore that he would never let her go, even if he had to hold her prisoner, as he was so madly in love with her. Chenray, not strong enough to face him and feared for the safety of her mortal love, instead made a bargain with the Raven Queen. Cast her soul and her lover's soul far ahead in time, so as to give him time to calm and heal. She accepted, and this happened. The Summer Prince grew to such bitter sorrow that all of the sun within him died away, and he became the Prince of Frost. His heart broke and became so bitter and so cold that his skin turned to ice. He left the name behind and joined the Winter Court alongside the other two Daughters of Delight, who were twisted by his own sorrow and the sorrow for their sister, and they became the Sisters of Lament. That is the tale of the Prince of Summer, and he's associated loosely with the Winter Court, but he doesn't like them either too much, and he resides on a plane that is not on the Feywild. Resides on his own plane. I believe it's a demi-plane. And there's some suspicion that perhaps you don't know if there's any vampiric activity going on there, but this story does exist, and this is probably the greatest tale of like a Fey's heartbreak. So much so that he like completely swapped sides, and his entire being became of winter without any other external influence other than his broken heart. He might be the key to what you seek, but you don't know if there's any vampire stuff there. Maybe Nithroyal knows more.
Okay. Does he have a name, or is it just referred to as the Summer Prince?
He is now referred to as the Prince of Frost, the Sun Prince.
The Prince of Frost, formerly the Prince of Summer, but never a name.
Yeah, never a name. Names are dangerous for Fae anyway, so they go by titles.
That's fair.
But yes, he's only referred to now these days as the Prince of Frost.
Which is not the Frost Lord.
That is different. The Lord of Frost is a son of the Queen of Snow. The Prince of Frost is a different entity entirely. The reason why I think this draws your attention is because this is very much fits with winter, like very heavily, which is usually has been a requirement of the harmonies to be really aligned with the seasons and what they represent, sort of that heartbreak, that cruelty, that coldness. And the other is that he is considered to be like very violent, very vengeful. Whoever, again, nothing about the vampire stuff, but certainly this like almost being of not devouring, but like anyone who comes upon him, he's violent towards. He's just so bitter towards all things.
Also, it kind of sticks out that, these immortal beings falling in love with mortal people keep fucking shit up.
Something like that.
I love this place.
I love it. I love my workplace. I love my workplace environment. Okay, fantastic. So with that information on the board, the last thing we have to do is Jeice. Jeice, what would you like to do with these remaining days? It would take another 2 days for Vivienne to complete her works. So if that's all, do you have anything else you want to talk to Rhodos about in this moment?
I think I want to spend all of the first day dining with Rhodos and cheering her up.
Yeah. And she does the same, to be clear.
Okay.
She's like, okay, let's actually like enjoy ourselves and have like a good time. And she'll take you to the arena of the gods, and you will watch like beings such as like Hercules and like Ares pitched in combat, or heroes of legend like a great elven prince and like Perseus, the son of Zeus. Like their immortal spirits sort of enter battle, and you can kind of like enjoy some gladiatorial combat. She'll introduce to you Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who probably there's some similar interests there for you to get to know. And yeah, just sort of like takes you around and tries to like be like, Olympus isn't all bad. Like people can be mean and violent, but there's also cool people here. So maybe tells you to meet Hermes, who is quite the plane hopper himself. So maybe you meet Artemis and Hermes and some people who maybe fit your alignment a little better. And Yeah, you guys just try and have a nice day. Drink some godly wine with Dionysus. Who knows?
Excellent. And on the second day, as soon as we wake up, I think I would wait for her to awake and I'll tell her that Rhodos, we have something quite serious to discuss.
Okay.
And allow me to preface with the time that we will continue to spend together. I have truly and truthfully loved you completely. That being said, before I met you, my matron Sibylla and I, we did share a connection. One of mutual understanding and care, and there was love there. Now that I am betrothed to you, she is quite unhappy about that.
Now that you're married to me.
Oh, I didn't know what the difference was. My bad. I would have said married if
Sure.
he knew. But yeah.
Betrothed is like promised.
Oh, like okay, got it.
You don't think? What are you trying to say?
Well, I'm trying to say that it may not be in either of our interests for you to join me at the palace. Not yet, at least.
She takes your hand. She like looks at you, a little more serious, and she says, "Can you be very honest with me about? Can you answer me very honestly?
Yes.
Is this because of what happened, and you don't want to upset my father? You fear him?
This is not about that, I assure you.
You still love me?
Yes.
And you don't want me to go because you don't want to upset your matron?
Indeed.
My love, I get the feeling that I'm the talker of the two of us.
What makes you say that?
Well, nothing yet. But let's, why don't I come with you instead? And we'll see how well I fare against your in-laws. See if we have the same fate. It's the... Jeice, you... Whatever you want to say about how you handled things with my father, You didn't deserve that, how he acted, how he behaved. You didn't deserve that. But you endured it, and you've been putting on a very brave face about it. But I'm sure it was not great. I'm sure you didn't want to experience that. I'm sure it was painful and embarrassing and not how you envisioned it.
Well, I told you about my past as a bounty hunter.
You were a
Quite-
bounty hunter?
Oh, did I let that slip?
I hate bounty hunting. No,
Okay, fuck you. I'm gone.
this shit.
Well, that was easy.
This shit. No,
Um,
you're a bounty hunter.
I can't say that I've had the experience of getting to go toe to toe with a god before, so that was a bit entertaining, if not life-threatening.
I am a god. And I am, more than that, I am a nymph. What we are is alluring. That is a lot of what we are. I have met many men and many women, and they have not found it hard to speak to me, even when they thought I was an evil thing in the forest. Give me a chance.
Okay. Perhaps when she sees the center of my desires, she will not be so hasty.
Well, jealousy can be a tough thing, and it might take time, but give me a chance.
Very well.
She smiles at you. She gives you a kiss, and then pulls back. She just smiles at you, and she says, "Are any of your friends mad at me? I feel like I should ask. Are your friends upset with me?"
No, if anything, a lot of them don't know about Zybilna and I.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Do you know of Zybilna?
Oh, she rolled a... Yes, I rolled a nat 20 earlier. She says, yes, I've heard of Prismere and the House of Heart's Desire and Hither and Thither and Yon, and it sounds wonderful. And yeah, I've been told stories. We had this one young man come to our pond, and well, he was very... Anyway, he told us stories about Prismere, and he was from the Feywild. He was from the Saylite Court too, and he stayed with us for a couple days, and he told me all about it. He claimed to be an elven prince, and that I don't know. There was. He told us a lot about these mountains, and anyway, he was
Prince so and so. He says his name.
Yes, that was his name. That's right. He came over, and we well, it wasn't like totally his choice. We can be quite charming when we want to be, but he insisted that he was in love with someone after the charm broke, and like ran away into the woods. It was very funny.
Interesting. Yes, we sent him through a portal. He
Really
must have
small
ended up-
multiverse. Small multiverse.
Indeed. Yes, yes. Anyway,
I'm very excited to meet this Vilna woman.
yes, be warned, she is incredibly wrathful,
my
extremely
father.
powerful. I
That
would
sounds
say
like a yes.
very well, very well.
Sounds like a yes. Sounds like you're
Okay.
trying to find kind words for yes.
Indeed, dear.
All right. Well. Okay. Yeah, you just spend some more time around Olympus, and eventually will come that Vivienne, you have done your research. Trixie, you have assisted. Yes, Vivienne.
Just because it mightn't matter for roleplay, I wrote a sending to send Zybilna. Did I actually get to send her the sending? Like, did we go over what it said? We did that? Okay, cool. I feel like she never responded to me.
You never told me what you sent.
Okay. Arrows played a prank. 2 arrows. Jeice and Rhodos both bespelled. Tracking down the harmonies in Athena's library. We'll return with better information. Further instructions?
No, good work. Till you get back. Okay.
Eventually, we all meet up, and I think we're ready to go.
Okay. We'll meet up. You all last back. Does Brok and Tam Lin want to be present?
Oh, please, make it a family affair.
The family reunion?
Yeah, I'll be present.
Well,
All right. Cool.
Rhodos is coming. I'm definitely into the garden again. We're not like going right into the house.
Understood. Yeah, you go into the garden. You have see Jeice does end up bringing Rhodos. Who's like looking quite. Has her like shoulders back. She's like she's going into a not a fight, but it's like she, like you're going to dinner with the in-laws. She's got that appearance about her. She's like
Pantsuit.
yeah, pants.
I'll just look at her. I assume you know what you're getting yourself into here?
She seems like she does.
Nothing more than Jeice got himself into for me.
And I fought
Yeah, I heard
Poseidon.
that didn't go that well for him.
No, but
Still alive.
well, I like to think I can be a little more charming than my lovely husband. And she like
You're so
gives you a
endearing,
little
dear.
like kind of like on the cheek, like I still love you and I love you for it kind of thing.
Okay.
I love you.
Do you not want me to go, Tristana?
I'm just concerned about your safety, but if you're willing to go, I'm willing to take you.
Well, if Jeice thought that she would kill me or hurt me, I think that he would tell me, wouldn't he?
I just look at Jeice.
And he told me that she can be wrathful, but I have no intentions of offending her.
I mean, above all things, I just would not say anything that could, like you say, offend or anger.
Well, I think she said she's good at the talking, so I think.
I like to think it's one of my skills.
All right, everybody ready? Let's go.
This is what we all came here to see.
Like,
This is the highlight.
even like Thinnings is there.
Yeah.
He's like in his 2D form, but he's like out from his like Paper Mario.
In the
side.
gap
Why
between
do
the
I-
doors.
Yeah, yeah. He's
Why do I
there.
picture like all the guy Faye like just looking at me like, oh shit.
Oh shit! You come in, the gnomes who are like, they're like, the gnomes who like, are like,
no.
woo woo! Like one of the gnomes. Rhodos is like, oh, they're so nice. I'm not detecting any undertones of like violence at all. They're like,
Fucking
"Woohoo!
Barbie movie. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah, Barbie movie.
What is the weather like when we arrive?
She knew you'd be coming back today. I think there's no rain, but there was
Like
like a
calm before the
roiling.
storm.
Like the clouds are a little black and they're kind of roiling.
Like the eye of a hurricane.
Sort of like the calm before the storm, like it could go either way. It could open up. It could the clouds could just saunter by, but it's very much like a tension.
So
Okay,
much
well, I
tension.
think we should just go straight there. Get this all over with.
She sort of takes your arm, Jeice, and she says, "Now, I think it would be proper if you did introduce me, and then let me do the talking."
Very well.
You guys walk into the court. As the door opens, there is like a. You guys all walk in. You all like hang out. You're all like, "Oh shit, this is gonna go great." And you walk in, Jeice, with Rhodos, who kind of like puts her hand on your back, kind of like gives you a little push. She's like, "You go for it." And Zybilna is sitting on her throne with this look of like she's been waiting for this, for, like she's been waiting. And you approach into the court. Igric's like on the top of the throne, like,
Oh
what do
shit!
you
Oh shit!
like? This is gonna be great. What do you do, Jeice?
Lady Zybilna, I have come back from my quest victorious and with the ring of Spring's renewal. And he presents it. And he'll say,
She's like she's eye locked with you. Like even as you present it, she's like,
yeah.
excellent. Doesn't look away from your eyes. Well done, Jeice. I'm sure it was a tremendous trial for you.
And
what do we have here?
Here we have Rhodos, daughter of Poseidon and Aphrodite, nymph of the
She walks past you, Rhodos, at this point, and she just like she does like the curtsy stance and does like the lowest curtsy bow possible. And she says, Lady Zybilna, thank you for entertaining me in your hall. And she just stays there. She stays lowly bowed, and Zybilna kind of looks up from her at you, Jeice. Back down at her. She says, "Well, rise." And then Rhodos does rise and like stands very pleasantly. And they kind of like look at each other, like very much that like da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da on the side of it. And Zybilna's very much looking at her like this like cat looking at a mouse deciding like when to pounce kind of. And Rhodos just like very pleasantly, as if she's not even aware of the situation, says, "If I may say, your hall is the most beautiful and decadent I've ever seen. I've been to my mother's home and my father's home quite often on Olympus, but even their domains don't compare. It's beautiful." Bona says, "Thank you." Rhoda says, "Was it your design or the design of another?" She says, "It was my design. I required no other." She says, "Well, it's a marvel, and I've heard great tales of your power. I imagine it did not take much skill to build, or much power on your part to build. It's a marvel, and I stand in awe." And just sort of like very innocently pleased with herself, like she has no idea the danger she's in. And Zybilna sits. Says, "So you have married one of the knights of the Scorched Earth? She goes, indeed I did. He has been very good to me. We haven't known each other for very long, but sometimes things just work out unexpectedly. Zvolna says, yes, I would say so. Quite unexpected. Events unfolding as they did. There's another pause, and Rhodos is like, well, I do not wish to impose myself, Lady Zvilna. I come from Aboria and have a place there, but it would be an incredible kindness if you would allow me to stay for a time and marvel at your palace and see your court and maybe represent my people in Olympus and also, of course, spend time with my husband. Zvilna sort of and kind of like blinks at Rhodos, who is having a hard time being mad at her. Clearly, she goes, yes, very well. I suppose you may stay. You are very pleasant, Rhodos. Very kind. And Rhodos says, thank you very much, great queen of Prismere. Maybe I might be lucky enough that we could dine sometime, and I might get to know this person who Jeice has spoken and the other knights have spoken so very highly of. I hear that you are a wonderful matron to have. And then does like another low bow. And then just sort of like steps back next to you, Jeice. And Zvilna is like looking at you, Jeice, like, you fucker bringing this like super polite, cute girl in here that like I can't be mad at. Like, how fucking dare you? Just like, she's got this look of like, okay, yeah, I like her, whatever.
You
Kind of
fucking
thing.
scoundrel. You fucking scoundrel.
Yeah, like you bastard bringing like, this is sort of like anyone seen The Notebook where like
Yeah.
where Ryan Gosling's like side thing meets Rachel
Yeah.
McAdams, and she's like, okay, she's pretty great, basically.
Yeah.
That's kind of what's happening here. Where Zvilna's like, okay, yeah, she's really nice and pretty and everything, whatever. And she says, well, I don't know what you're all standing around here for, hoping was going to happen. Best all return to your studies and such. Now, and Rhodos does another low bow, and we'll depart, and she'll just give you that like glare as you go, Jeice. And Rhodos seems to be allowed to stay for a time in the palace. She rolled well enough. She rolled above 15 on both rolls, so she did a good job. But that is where we'll end the session, as a hostile work environment will have been established.
Yeah.
Not as hostile as maybe some were fearing.
Yeah. Yeah. Say what you want about Rhodos. She's pretty good in these kind of situations.
Better than you.
way better. Oh man.
If you were doing the talking, you'd probably be in another fight right now.
Oh, it's
I'll
still
say
a fight.
this though. Poseidon was talking some big talk about love and Eros right there in front of Aphrodite, because the god may have been a prankster, but if indeed love is a blessing of the gods, Jeice's union was blessed by a god.
Oh yeah, Poseidon.
At least two.
Yeah, he's being a spiteful dick. Poseidon is just being a dick. that's all there is to it.
So when I said the prophecy, like what went through his mind? Like
He's like, oh, I'm gonna drown him eventually. Might as well do it now before he
Okay.
hurts my daughter. That was basically
Okay.
what went through his mind. He's like,
see, I was thinking that he was gonna think of it like the complete fucking ass over tea kettle way, which is like oh yeah, I'm definitely talking about his daughter. Like
yeah, like he was like, yeah, I'm the god of the sea. Like that just means that he's gonna drown and die in my domain. That's probably
Right.
gonna be my fault. So logic is you're gonna fuck with my daughter in the future, so might as well just do it now before you fuck with her in the future.
Yeah.
That was sort of his thought, I
Yeah,
think.
that was how
Thus
I took
fulfilling the
it.
prophecy.
Yeah.
Thus fulfilling the prophecy, but
He was
sparing
like, all right, fair enough.
well, sparing his daughter, like you're hurting her. He's a god. He's a Greek god. They don't think things through perfectly. They're not the most emotionally mature creatures.
Yeah. I reckon I'll have like a one-on-one with Zabilna next session.
Oh yeah. All right, guys. I gotta head out. We'll hop to it next session. Have a good